Alright, hello everybody. Sorry for the little bit of delay there. We were dealing with some technical difficulties, hopefully increasing the quality of my sound. Anyway, welcome to the People's Ascension. That is us. We are a group of average everyday players who'd like to play D&D every week. This is a 5th edition game set in my own world. It's full of politics and religion and intense moral gray areas, all of which I like to force on my players as much as possible. Currently, we
Confirm.
are currently we are deep below a volcano, trying to pawn off a fire elemental that has been enslaved and captured and held in a backpack for a few months, on some mysterious patron of a wealthy, important aristocratic dwarf family. But we'll get to that. Anyway,
Like, hey, how much will you give me for this fire elemental, man?
yeah, really. Uh, anyway, thank you everyone for joining us. I know we have a number of regular viewers, so hello to all of you. And I think we do have a number of new viewers because I've seen some activity, so hello to all of you. Continuing that, if you like our stuff, if you want to support us, best way to do that is just to tell people. Tell your friends, tell your families, bother random people on the street, go door to door, whatever you have to do. Let people know that we are here. We are on the show. We are bringing you all of this nonsense, all of the real play examples. Hopefully
It's
with some
quality
decent story.
nonsense.
Yeah. Hopefully with some decent story. Anyway, on top of that, you can find us on most of the socials. We have the Twitter, we have Facebook. Kind of, we're still working on that. We're gonna need a whole lot of what is the Facebook metrics? Likes, follows, something. We need a whole bunch of people on Facebook in order to get an actual real URL. Right now, it's just a big long stream of numbers and letters, and we're dealing with setting that up. So be on the lookout for that. Twitter is where I post most things, which is really just, hey, videos are live. Hey, we're going live. Hey, check us out. But occasionally you'll get random DM insight at crazy hours of the night. Speaking of content at crazy hours of the night, we also have Discord. We have a community channel on Discord, which is linked below. So come say hi, talk about all of the shenanigans we get up to. I'll be dropping various lore segments in there when we get enough people in there to actually drop things. And that ties into Patreon. There are different Patreon channels that you can gain access to, including the ones that we will be most active in. But Patreon also has a number of cool features. I want to start doing shoutouts, so if you support us on Patreon, we'll give you a shout out before, after, somewhere. We'll of course announce any tips or donations. There's also the Twitch bit situation that I'm very interested to see what happens when people do that. So throw some bits at us. And of course, after shows and other extra lore videos and insight videos with some of the characters. So some things to look out for. Anyway, I think that's enough plugging in the beginning. Let's get into the show itself.
Yeah.
And with that, our players. Me, that's easy. I am Jack. I am the DM. I pull all the strings in this world. As far as our players, hello, all of our players. Taylor, how are you today?
Always me first.
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm Taylor. I play Akila, the Goliath Blood Hunter. She can order Goliath so she can transform into a werewolf, and that's fun.
We did just see that at the end of last
Yes.
episode.
So she did transform for the first time for a couple of characters. So that's gonna be fun to deal with because they didn't know she could do that, and she's technically not supposed to have done it anyway. But that'll get explored later.
All right. Steven, hello.
Hello.
All right, Arlene.
Yeah. My name's Steven. I play Ander, the half-elf warlock. The warlock, his patron is a far one / great old one, depending on the rule set you're following. Zadok, which is a all-knowing, seemingly alien being far out in the cosmos, with mysterious and unknown intent and purposes. Yeah, and in this world, warlocks are very, very illegal. So Ander, for the most part, has to hide. Most of the party knows what he is and what he can do. Our newest members don't, but we'll see if that's still the case when we start playing, because he had to actually sling a few spells the last combat.
And more importantly, reveal Redna.
Yes, and Redna came out, his familiar, which is a small brain covered in an oily black substance that can shapeshift into various small animal forms, or, well, even non-animal forms. Shapeshift in pretty much anything at once, always with a sort of eldritch horror kind of bent to it, but in a cute way. Cute eldritch horror.
Yeah.
He likes eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Who doesn't?
All right, Arlene, hello. I'm passing the baton to Arlene.
Oh,
Hello.
Sorry, missed that. Hi, that's me. My name is Arlene. I am playing Tali, the wood elf tempest cleric who was raised in a human orphanage because she's an orphan, so she's not that elfy, honestly. So she's, learning about it and stuff. So that's fun. And she likes to carve wood, like things like little trinkets and stuff, just for fun. That's really about it.
Yeah, you're a cleric of Arcalage.
Oh yeah, Arcalage. Yeah, and specifically Saint Lewena, the patron saint of elves.
Yes. Used frequently to call upon the wrath of the storm. Bring down lightning bolts to shock things.
And lots of guidance too.
Yes.
Whenever she can. Might be abusing that a little bit, but whatever, it's cool.
Let's see.
That's it.
Yeah. Stephanie. Hello, Stephanie.
Hi. My name is Stephanie. I'm playing Sevgi. She's a human sorcerer with draconic ancestry. Not sure where else to say.
What kind of draconic blood?
I guess
Bronze?
lightning, bronze, yeah, bronze, which kind of equals lightning. If I'm not, yeah, lightning, obviously, yeah, but. And yeah, I'm not sure where else to say at this point.
Yes, sorcerers are, in this setting, very heavily restricted. They're not outright illegal, like warlocks and druids, but they are heavily restricted, taken away whenever their powers start to show, and sort of put into arcane education camps until they are properly in control of their emotional arcane outbursts. And to show that, she has glowing blue tattoo under her left eye. Also fond of throwing lightning bolts.
Yeah, your lightning spells are cool.
And finally, Christian. Hello, Christian.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Yeah, I am playing Ohmn Kjartar, the mercenary veteran from Romvir. He is a Rom similar to Goliath, but descended from frost and or ice giants. He's the newest member of this party. He considers himself to be a battlemancer, a war mage for the layman's. Uh, just trying to make a name for himself in the People's Ascension, not trying to step on anybody's feet, following other people's leads. Spell slinging, plate wearing, sword swinging, big guy standing at the front, getting hit by all of the fire in the world, apparently.
Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Taken down on the word go with the fire breath there last episode.
Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah. Okay. That's everybody, and a good segue into what happened last episode. So, what did happen last episode?
Oh, we started off with a fight.
We did.
It's a fight against a couple of catchers.
Mm-hmm.
2.
Yeah, I said a couple. Yeah, we fought them, and we did fine for the most part. I mean, I took a little bit of damage, but everyone else was pretty much fine. And then we moved on, still wandering through the ruins of this ancient giant city, and we came across where sort of a sinkhole had opened up. Because we're just traveling, and then we went through there, and turns out there was a buildup of carbon dioxide gas. We nearly suffocated down there. And we're going, heading towards the city square. And there was like a wall of fire that is right in front of where we're supposed to be heading, and apparently that's not normal. So that's something we're going to get to find out about today. Because what happened before we could get to it was a catcher and 2 cleaners came in that were clearly possessed by fire elementals of some variety, and so we had to fight them. And that's where Ohmn went down, and Aquila transformed. Tali got caught by one of the cleaners and thrown into basically a little
Fire pit.
drum, or well, not sort of.
Air bucket?
It hadn't quite fired up. Yeah, it's more like a bucket. And it was about to toast you, but then you just unleashed water inside of it and basically drowned out the fire elemental. It singed you.
Did get to lightly toast me, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's like, but then you just basically drown the fire elemental in one shot.
Yes.
And things went well. Nobody died, despite one of them getting one-shotted. Nobody died. That's important. But I mean, that's what really happened.
Yeah, that's a basic recap.
Yeah. I mean, someone with more detail can add.
Let's
But,
see.
yeah.
That's basically all I got. Aquila and Sugly had exhaustion, and then they were
Aquila
fine.
did not have exhaustion.
Oh, the well that we did not drink.
Oh yeah,
from.
that was totally trapped.
Yep, definitely a trap.
I love that. No, it was like we were all like, nope.
Yep. Yeah, that's a basic recap of what happened last episode. It was a lot of combat, so not too much to go over. Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
That basically covers all of it, up until the last bit there, where we find our players just after this combat, in which a number of tensions are starting to boil over. Secrets revealed, sort of emotional outbursts in combat that may have some repercussions. Everyone sort of standing in a circle amongst the scraps of these fire-possessed automatons, staring each other down, either in frustration and or confusion. We have Aquila, who turned into some large stone wolf creature and literally ripped the catcher to pieces, tore metal plating from its torso, and really just strew scrap metal all over the place, eventually calming down and shifting back. We have Ander, who revealed maybe sort of kind of some spellcasting capability, though I believe the two people who don't know that, Ogred and Ohmn, were busy dealing with the flame-throwing, fire-possessed catcher at the time.
Or were unconscious.
Or were unconscious. But also the revelation of Redna, who, in a sort of oily eldritch bat form, force-fed Ohmn a health potion and bringing him back from the brinks of death. Which is a strange experience waking up to, being face-hugged by this cold, oily, sticky creature.
Face hugged with love.
Uh-huh, yeah.
Redna gives great hugs.
Yes. And of
You
course,
know, I bet he does.
Yeah. And
It's
of
like
course,
Sevgi destroying Anders' armor.
and Sevgi, who, in an attempt to deal as much damage as possible, caught Ander in the back with a lightning bolt that dealt quite a bit of damage, absorbed by your armor of Zadok, but was not strategically useful to Ander. Did a good amount
Broke
of damage.
his concentration and his armor.
Broke concentration. You lost Hex. You lost the armor of Zadok.
Shot me right in the back.
Yep.
She's not the person he expected to shoot him in the back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So that's warlocks for you. That's why they're locked up for years.
You mean sorcerers?
What?
Sorcerers.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, warlocks are
I haven't
locked
shot
up.
anyone in the back. I have explicitly tried my hardest not to catch party members with my attacks.
So
Don't think I actually have damaged any party members.
I know a couple people have. If you have, it was probably with the crossbow and not your spells.
So not recently.
yeah.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah.
I don't take responsibility for crossbow bolts.
I mean,
I think possibly someone might have taken a single tick one time when I cast Hunger
Yeah.
on an area.
oh,
But even then, they might have
that
gotten out
almost
before it
got
actually
me.
ticked on them.
Yeah, that one
Yeah.
was me, and I
Yeah,
did
but
get out.
Yeah, and the whole thing was like, okay, if this goes right, she'll get pulled out before it actually affects anything.
Yeah, I was like, I managed to get out, but boy, that was a thing to come into. Because remember, that was when I came back from banishment.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different story.
That's a different story. So anyway, we can pick up right there. You are in the ruined courtyard out front of the seemingly central administrative structure to this ancient giant city. Surrounded by the scraps of various automatons, fire elementals and spirits of various kind, wisping around overhead. Good couple 100 feet overhead at the apex of the cavern you are in. And in front of you, a large wall of fire covering the probably good 30-foot arched doorway to this structure. But most importantly, as I said, standing around amongst each other, staring at each other in frustration and confusion. So, let's everyone get into character and remember everything that happened last episode, because we're going to pick up right there.
Oh, fun.
Is everyone up, at least? I don't want to say okay, but
Yes.
everyone accounted for?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like anybody's missing any pieces.
Well, you were right when you said those things get worse when they're possessed. Jeez.
Yes. So, you all handled yourself well. Sort of got the drop on us there. Have to be careful with those things.
Clearly.
Ogred kind of stretches and pats off a bit of fire, rubs some of the soot from his face and his eyes.
Probably a bit blistered.
Oh yeah, he's looking rough.
Mm.
Oh, well, let's see what spells I have.
I believe
Healing.
Ohmn is
I can
also
actually
looking
use.
quite rough.
Yeah.
I knew
And that
I
wasn't
should
a
have
lot of healing potion.
No, well, it's like he did the second wind as well.
Mm.
So he's not at death's door, but he's close.
Yeah, we should probably take a rest.
In this heat, I'm not sure that's a great idea.
I should prayer healing. I didn't prepare that spell today.
I think it would be wise to at least try to lick our wounds a bit.
Mm.
Perhaps before we find any more of those. But also perhaps not here.
Yeah, not right out in the open.
I guess that's probably a bad idea.
We could attempt to hunker down in a nearby building if you think that's necessary.
It would not hurt me, that's for certain.
Right. Right.
I did take a couple of good blows in that previous fight.
Right. And then you did the whole
Yes.
thing.
Well. Yes, I did that.
Alright, so we're just skipping over that whole situation. I guess the rest of you are used to that. Side-eyes everybody.
It's
Yeah, she does that sometimes.
it's a known talent of hers.
I'll admit no one else seemed too abashed about it, but it is the first time I'm seeing it as well.
I was not supposed to do it, but when Dolly got picked up and thrown in that bucket and then you went down, I was not about to hold back.
That was rude.
Not supposed to do it.
For now,
What do you mean?
I'm sort of,
Are you in trouble?
huh?
Did you get in trouble?
Yes,
Ah,
yes, I'm on a sort of restriction.
Well,
I won't say anything if you don't, because, that was
I would-
handy.
I would appreciate that.
I would say they'd understand with it being a life or death situation, but
You met her.
and, that was going to be my next comment, was considering who we're dealing with.
Yeah.
She'd probably
It
just
just
rather
doesn't
you be
seem very
dead.
understanding.
Yeah, I can't say I'm much thrilled with her.
But yes, that is a known talent of hers that does come in very handy when, well, something needs to be dead.
I
That's
take
not
it
us.
you would
Well-
prefer I not ask too many questions.
You can ask all the questions you want. I doubt she'll answer them. She hasn't done that for us either, so.
There are some things I'm not allowed to tell you, but if you ask a question I can answer it, I will.
Or I suppose
Maybe.
I should say I shouldn't mention this.
No. That would be best.
I believe, as you put it, the people that need to know.
Alright,
What happens in the volcano stays in the
that's all
volcano.
I need to know.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Just for my own sanity, are you also responsible for the inky blob that resuscitated me? Just so I can
No.
put to my mind, no. Perhaps there are not so vengeful spirits wandering around us as well.
Perhaps.
We
Ohmn,
should
what
keep
is
all
your
of our eyes open.
what is your passive perception?
11.
First.
Okay, yeah. You didn't notice it.
Bullet dodged.
Mine is 16. Cool.
Yeah, Andrew's probably behind him like, okay.
Well, it's like one weirdo. That makes sense. Two weirdos. Yes, but if we're going to take a quick rest, then we should probably get to it. To somewhere a bit more sheltered. Figure out what to do about that fire over there.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So you
The
think we should rest
water
before
you used.
dealing with the
What?
Sorry.
Tolly, the water you used previously. Actually, Jack, how far away? How far have we traveled since we passed the well? Has that been like a long ways?
Not terrible. I
Like-
mean, it would take a good.
Would take longer than
15
10 minutes to get back there.
Yeah, it'd take probably 15 minutes or so to get back to that well.
We could possibly just soak ourselves and then run through.
We still don't know that water's safe.
No, but we have other means. I mean, Tali has her rain stick, and then she also has her spells.
I was going to suggest if it wasn't
Yeah.
so far away, that perhaps that would be a good defense mechanism that can at least move it to seems to do.
I think I would.
Large amounts of damage to these fiery possessed creatures.
At least
But-
from within.
Perhaps it's too far. Frankly, I'm not thinking straight.
So, looking around this courtyard, are there any like buildings that look decently intact? Like they're not going to fall apart?
Or heck, even just real, just smaller alcoves. Considering it's built for giants, we'd probably fit in those easy enough.
Yeah. I mean, the whole courtyard itself is sort of blocked in by that covered colonnade. That at least would provide a roof for you to stay under. Of course, it is giant size, so the doorways are a good 20 feet wide. So it's quite open. Looking around elsewhere, there is that sort of that central main street that you passed. That's probably a good 60, 80 feet wide, but on the other side of that, there are a number of buildings that look more or less intact. They're standing. They may be missing sections of actually most of them are missing fairly decent chunks of the outside. You might be able to find a room on the interior that hasn't been damaged too much. Most of the other buildings, it would take some exploring of this sort of central section of the city, but in the immediate surrounding, most of the other buildings are quite well destroyed.
Aquila, do you still hear anything else?
Do I?
You mainly hear the roaring of the fire that is
Mhm.
covering the doorway. That's taking up most of your auditory senses. You have a very high pattern scraping that would signify any more of these automatons out there. Of course, you are aware of the fire spirits bolting around the cavern, some of which do dip down and are actually starting to dip down a little bit close. Not super, but no. Aside from the roaring of the fire, you don't hear anything immediately alarming.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing close by, but we should probably find somewhere with a bit of cover.
Well, I suggest we take shelter under the awning then.
Mm-hmm.
It will at least obscure us from
You?
the elementals above, and hopefully the sound of whatever is going on with that door will cover any noises we make.
Oh. We don't need to set any broken bones or amputate limbs, so we'll probably be fine.
So yeah, if no one has any objections, I would start walking towards the awning.
Yeah, same.
Speaking of broken bones or amputated limbs, Jack, I believe we glossed over it because combat was happening. I
Yeah.
took 66 points of damage
Yes, you did.
all at
Yeah.
once.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
true.
Yeah, I wondered about that last week. Wait, should there have been an injury table thing?
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yes. Well,
Which is
first combat in
certainly
a long
more
time.
certainly more than half of my HP.
Yes.
It's more than all of your HP.
It is more than double my HP, in fact.
Yes.
66?
Yes.
Oh, damn.
Let's see here.
Oh.
You're squishier than I thought.
No, you mean double half your HP.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes a
Like,
lot
you
more
said
sense.
you had like 50
Okay.
something. You
Yeah.
had more than I
Gotcha.
did by a
If it
little
was
bit.
double your HP, you would be
Thought
dead.
I just did the math wrong.
Yeah, that's in. Oh, yeah, it says, you said here you have a max of 60.
Okay. It was.
Yeah, because me too.
It was
That's
fire
right.
damage, so I might have to tweak some of these results, but
Yeah.
you have a fairly high constitution, so
Oh.
we'll see how it turns
Eyebrows are
out.
gone.
I'm more than 40 points above anybody.
So,
Oh my God.
yes, anytime a character takes more than what was it at this level? Let's.
Oh, it's like more than half at least.
Yeah, I think at this point it was just more than half damage.
Mhm.
Yeah, if a character takes damage equal to 50% of its maximum health in a single strike, it has to make a con save, or on a failure, taking a prolonged injury, a mortal injury. not mortal injury. That means death,
No.
but a very
Yeah.
serious injury.
There we go.
Okay. Yes.
Yay.
Yay!
Ohmn's fine. You are definitely singed. You got some
He's
good like
toasty.
2nd degree burns on any exposed skin, which isn't much on you with your large armor. Your face has definitely taken on a bit of a reddish purplish color. And fortunately, if I recall correctly, you don't have much hair because that would have been largely gone
gone.
at this point.
I thought he had a beard.
No, I actually got that wrong.
Did he?
No, Ohmn
Yeah.
does not have a beard.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because we did correct that
Mhm.
later.
Okay. He has some amount of
yes.
hair. He has more than a kilo.
Ohmn is
No more
is
eyebrows
fine.
though. Fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
Enough for me.
Yeah.
It's like the dog meme. This is fine.
Yeah. Including the fire. Okay, yeah. We'll do short rest, I guess.
So, yeah, getting under the awning and taking a rest.
Okay.
Yeah, sounds like a good plan to me.
First short rest of the day is half an hour.
Yeah.
So half an hour goes by. I run through the timetable in my head, see when you have to make your next exhaustion save.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be using my arcane recovery check.
Okay.
If that makes any difference to you.
I'm gonna do the hit dice.
Roll your hit dice.
Damn.
13.
But Ogred should also roll some hit dice.
That's better.
I do one more? Yeah, I'll do one more. Guess that's close enough. I want to do one more. Should I? How much do I have? I did 4. Did I do 4?
Jesus.
Dang it.
Oh,
I did
it was
3.
only
Okay.
3, so I can use one more.
Yeah, I got one more.
Ah.
Still not
That's fine.
fully healed, but
Well, neither am I.
any more than that would be a waste.
I'm
I'm
good.
1 point away.
Oh, shut up. I have almost 150% of your health.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I'm close. I'm only 7 away from my max.
Okay. So you take a seat under the awning of this colonnade section. Hang out for half an hour, drinking what water you have left, patting yourself down, trying to keep cool, tending to wounds with just basic first aid supplies, maybe grabbing something to eat, taking out some rations. Anything else you want to do or discuss during this time?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
If anyone wants to ask questions, if I can answer them, I might.
So the only thing that I think that Ohmn will do, I know when I asked you about it previously, you were guarded, I suppose. So feel free to just say no, but with your strength, Aquila, it seems like this frail old woman is pulling the strings for you. Why do you let someone do that to you?
It is a hierarchy not based around strength. I don't really understand it completely because it's not what I'm that as familiar with. I know that she is someone who my pack leader told me to, well, basically said I should recognize her as an authority. And I will listen to him.
You don't feel like that was perhaps a test of your character?
No, not in this instance.
Because I feel like you could rip that woman in half.
Possibly. Probably.
We were there last time she got tested. This is different. Remember the challenge thing that you had to
Yes,
go through?
I remember, but
that
it's
one
just
time?
one of those, it's like that makes it sound like I got tested for a disease or something.
You gotta take your heartworm pills.
I suppose I won't try any further, but it's wise to say that strength isn't everything.
Mm.
But everyone holds their own power.
Yes. I know.
If you
But
had
this is
the
what I'm
ability to do that the entire time, I think things may have gone differently. Limiting yourself in such a way.
know that they would have gone that differently.
When you changed,
Mm-hmm.
you made incredibly short work of at least two of those creatures.
No, not really.
I mean, hey, we helped out.
Yeah, Tolly was the one who really did the work on the first one, and I just got the
Oh yeah, I
last
figured,
blow
you
in.
know,
Yeah.
since it was fire, I could put it out, and it worked. So,
Mm-hmm.
the instincts.
If anything, I did more damage in that previous fight.
Well, we all fought well. And we're all still alive. That's
Yes.
all that matters.
That is true. So are you ready to figure out how to get past that wall?
Ander, is there
Worth a try,
anything?
anyway.
Ander, is there anything you would like to do as you stare
Oh,
daggers
right.
at Sevki?
No, considering that he seems to have gotten away with his stuff, he's like, you know what? Just gonna call it. Gonna quit while I'm ahead, basically.
Okay.
I don't want to risk drawing. He doesn't want to risk drawing attention to himself right now more than he needs
It's something
to.
you can bring up later.
I have a private conversation later on.
Possibly.
We want to see this, damn it.
But considering, yes, we're all still standing and he seems to have gotten away with his bullshit, like, maybe don't push it.
At least
Okay.
not now.
Yeah, there might be a private conversation later, but I'm not going to bring it up in front of everyone right now.
That's fine.
Considering that his biggest concern was Redna with all that. Like, that's what he's mad about, is that if Redna had been on him, Redna would be and have not been good, so.
Yeah.
I am admittedly remiss to say it, but as much as I boast, I would not be here without the rest of you and the strange demon spirit, he says, looking off into the darkness
What are you talking about?
I didn't see anything.
When I came to during the battle, some strange. I can't really describe it. Some. Are there oozes down here? Healing oozes, perhaps?
Not to my knowledge.
It was something of that. Perhaps it was hallucinations.
Say you did just almost get burnt alive and come back from the brink of death. I would imagine that would mess with one's senses.
Temporarily, at least.
Hmm.
I suppose my wits have been behind me a bit since it has grown hotter down here.
Hmm.
That's not helping matters either.
No. But the near death is disorienting.
Yes.
Speaking of, yes, we should.
You who are unfamiliar to the heat. There's no shame in it.
It's hotter than where I'm from.
Speaking of, we should figure out this door so that we can finish what we came here for.
Mm-hmm.
Or any of us pass out from.
Oh, that would be bad.
All right. Stands up and starts walking
Yeah.
back towards the door.
We'll follow.
Yeah. Follow. And keep a little back.
Yeah, and as you approach, it's up to you how close you want to get, but you can very easy the sound of this roaring flame, this 30-foot high bonfire, is very evident, taking up most of your auditory awareness of the area. It is quite loud, the roaring of the flames, crackling of different embers that are being spat off. And of course, it is quite hot. As you approach, it gets hotter and hotter to the point of being unbearable, almost unbearable.
Is there anything around the door that stands out? Like anything about it?
I mean, the doorway is a very high, probably about 15, 20 feet wide, 30-foot tall, pointed arch doorway. And it's at the apex of one of these sort of parabolic wings of this building you were in front of. To recap, this building looks like it has a large central area that is either circular or has a circular dome on the top, and then sort of ornamental short spire and that sort of onion-shaped spire at the top. But on each side of this building, there are sort of a half circle or elongated, like half oval chambers that shoot off of that, and then sort of circular sectors that connect each of those, each similarly with another one of those onion-topped spires. And you're at the apex of one of those sort of half-oval chambers. But the building itself is quite. You get the sense that at one point it was very opulently carved and even painted, though most of that doesn't survive to be more than just whatever imprint of whatever coloration they use that has been literally baked into the stone at this point. But yeah, there's the doorway is surrounded by this sort of geometric and multi-leveled pattern. that also seems to accent the base and the top before it hits the ceiling. There's baseboards, and then there's... It doesn't matter.
Crown
Molding?
Yeah, like the molding. Yeah. The roof itself is plated with at one point well polished bronze. The sort of onion tops look like they are either pure gold or plated with gold. But there are a number of very intricate and multi-tiered geometric designs all about this building. You don't notice any writing or runes or anything, no.
Does the flame just seem to be originating from like the stone floor, essentially? Can we see any kind of fuel at the bottom of it, or does it appear magical?
You don't see any fuel at the bottom of it. It does look like it's emanating from the floor upwards.
You could always use your magic vision if you wanted to check.
Did you just say that out loud?
Not in character.
Okay.
No, I'm not going to out you like that.
Well,
Perhaps I was thinking of doing this earlier, but like I said, I'm still a bit hazy. If we have 10 minutes to spare, I could take a look around and see if anything, I can perceive anything magical, any auras, or... And he sort of looks down at his waist, sort of wide-eyed, and he pulls the spell book off the side. Hey, Jack.
mm-hmm.
A spell
Oh, God.
book.
Spellbook. Fire.
Yeah. That was a lot of fire. Describe your spellbook to me and what it may have been held in.
As I have described it in the past, it is a spellbook that is leather bound, but with like uncured various hides of different animals, just sort of hanging off to his right hip. In fact, sort of at the ready as a wizard spellbook would be.
Okay, yeah.
It is made out of paper and leather. I want to say that it would be vellum sheets, but I don't know how. I don't know how that actually works with spellbooks. I think spellbooks have to be like super high quality paper. And I suppose on one hand, vellum could be considered high quality paper, but it's absolutely not paper. So
No, it's totally not paper.
yeah. The only thing about my spellbook that is neat or intriguing is that it's written entirely in a language of my own creation. So
right.
It's practically illegible for by anybody else, unless they deciphered my code.
50.
Because wizards are guarded sociopaths.
We wouldn't know. We haven't had one of those before. Oh, jeez.
Oh.
So what does it hang from?
It's on just my belt in a like a leather strapped belt pouch, essentially.
I mean, if it was in a pouch, you would think it would have been protected.
Depends. I mean, that was a lot of damage.
Mm. Okay, okay. Yeah, I sort of assumed, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's not so much in like a mini messenger bag as it is just it has a belt looped around it that connects into your 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 actual belt. So you can just kind of rip it off. Like it has a snap or something that's easily to rip it off and start flipping through instead of having to like open up a pouch and take it out of the bag.
Yeah, it's not in a bag. It is
No.
accessible. It's essentially.
Damn, I can recreate mine. And mine's in a messenger bag.
You're also a warlock.
Underclothing. Fair.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, that one you saw me roll was the book's Constitution save.
Ouch.
Oh.
I figured that was what it was.
Yeah. So your spellbook is looking rough, and this always pains me so much to do because I play wizards. But your spellbook is well charred. All of the pelts on the outside, any fur that was on them has been completely burnt off. The leathers are charred and falling apart. The wood that was probably used to or not a not laminate. That's
I mean,
something
nowadays
else.
it would be
Lamellar?
chipboard mostly.
Yeah, well, nowadays.
No.
But the
It's-
cover looks like it has definitely caught fire and is well brittled. Parts fallen off, and yes, most of the pages have caught fire. Um, some of them may be salvageable, but for the most
great.
part, you will need to rewrite your spell book.
Hurts.
So can we roll to see what I would need to?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
Let's see here.
What it has gone missing from it?
Yes. Let's see. Did you plug your spells into Roll20? No, you did not.
Nope.
How many spells do you have?
I have the minimum amount of spells that I can have,
Okay.
which is to say 16.
Okay. Of course, there is other paper to catch fire, as that is only the beginning of your spell book. Let's see here. How do I want to do this?
That phrasing.
Yeah, really. How do I want to do this on the spell book? Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It brings back. I mean, I'm going through Malkazir's PTSD of losing his spellbook.
I feel bad that he's losing it, but I'm
Yeah.
kind of happy because I just had the thought of like, oh shit,
yeah.
when he casts Detect Magic,
It's gonna ping you on your book.
my book is gonna stand out.
Yeah, I was like, I immediately thought that when
Yep, so
you
did
said
I.
that, it's like, oh, the book's gonna ping.
Almost
Huh,
like
I'm glad I didn't suggest it.
reason. Yeah, it's almost like I asked for a reason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I figured.
Yeah, that's a good call because I very much appreciate that. In fact, I'm going to give you an inspiration for putting that out
Hey.
there.
So inspiring.
So
Is it the-
I'm thinking.
Yeah.
He only gets inspiration if he actually can cast a spell and find my book.
Great skill checks too.
So I'm thinking you lost a good 75% of your book. Now, most of that is unused paper, but that would, I will say, just for the for ease of use, what is 75%
Include
of
some spells.
16?
So technically, I
15?
was because
12.
D&D Beyond does things differently. I actually only have 12 spells in the spellbook. Cantrips do not go into a spellbook. I do not know why D&D Beyond assumes that they do.
They don't?
Cantrips are known, memorized, and learned. They're not in spellbook.
Right. That's right, because you always have
Uh-huh.
access to those.
Yes.
I know you always have access to them,
Cool.
but I thought we're still. I mean, it's.
I guess that
particularly
makes
important.
sense.
Or at least my understanding of cantrips. They're
I mean, that does make sense since you always have all of them. It would have to be stuff that
Yeah.
you just straight up memorized.
Yep, they're just
because
ones that are.
cantrips cannot be spell scrolls.
Yeah.
At least
Oh yeah.
no. There are no cantrip spell scrolls that exist canonically.
Not as written.
That is definitely a change from 3.5. So
Correct.
good.
Well, it
that's
makes sense
the-
in 5th because you can cast as any class that has cantrips can pretty much cast them all day long if they want to.
Yeah, in 3.5 you could only cast
you
a
don't-
limited number of cantrips.
Yeah, so you don't really
Oh.
need scrolls for them.
I know. I wish I had a cantrip so I had something to cast. Alas, this is what I chose.
Okay. Sure. Okay. So you are saying you have what, 10 spells?
It's a 12.
12?
It was
Yeah.
12
12.
would be in the book.
Yeah,
12.
not the
Okay.
cantrips.
Well,
So spellbook has 100 pages. 75% of it is gone.
yes.
Presumably, I still have 25 pages of said spellbook.
Yes.
You actually have more spells than Ohmn does.
Yeah, you have more levels of spellcaster than I do.
Oh, fair.
How many spell slots do you have though? There we go. Still just 2. That hurts.
Well, I don't want to spend too much time on this because I'm running through. I'm trying to logic out exactly how this would work, and how paper burns, and how protected it would be by the cover, and yada yada. Basically, this boils down to: do you have access to what some ritual you want to cast? Is basically what you're asking.
Ultimately, yeah.
Yeah.
I would like to know what spells I can't ever cast again. That would be cool.
You don't have a backup spell book.
Why would I have a backup spellbook?
Because you're a
I am
wizard.
a brand new character with no money. I have not been given any more starting gold than the gold I started with from basic items.
Did we not have that conversation? I thought we had that.
We did not. I tried to have that conversation.
Let me take a look at something here. No, let me. Okay.
Oh god, that hearing him say he didn't have his backup, that hurt more than I thought it would.
Yeah.
No, so
from my standpoint, I gave myself a set of full plate armor.
that
And
is,
that seemed like enough extra that why would I have?
yeah, that
Yeah.
was the majority of that. That would have been, regardless of what I would have given
Several
you, a
hundred.
large chunk of your several hundred. It's 1,500 gold pieces for a full
I don't
plate
know.
suit.
I don't pay attention to heavy
Yeah.
armor.
So that would have been a lot of your starting gold. You do have 6 levels in Wizard, so it's not like you just picked this up.
Would the census have record of what spells he knows?
Probably, yeah. They would want to keep track of that, and Ohmn seems like he keeps, on the straight and narrow with the census. So
theoretically, he could get those spells back.
Possibly.
I said theoretically.
So then I'm not going to be as mean as I was originally thinking of being, which was just 75% of 12 is 8. You lose 8 spells, but that that hurts too much for me to do. And really,
What if his book
Do
was
what
turned
you
the
do.
other way?
I've
To
got-
burn the back half of the.
I'm totally fine to do it that way if that's what we want. I have 9 spells prepared. It just means I lose some of them.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. Oh, I can't do it that way. My next thought was, well, we could split your book into 4 clumps and you lose 3 of them, but you would keep all of your spells in the first clump. So if you roll that first clump, you lose all of your spells, and that's not going to work either. So I want to hold on a sec while I do some rolling in the background. Man, yes. Losing
And it
spellbook
is 16 spells. I was wrong the second time. I was right the first time because I have 9 prepared and 7 unprepared.
Yeah, that's 16.
Okay.
Math's out
Math
right.
is hard.
Yeah.
But cantrips still are not
Still don't
in the spellbook.
Okay.
Well, at least he still has his cantrips.
16 spells. 16. Okay, let's see here. Right, yep, okay, so I need to...
Man, that is a downside to being a wizard I had not thought of before.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this makes me not want to play a wizard. Oh, I don't like that vulnerability there.
Any time I roll up a brand new wizard, I always set aside gold to copy and make a second spellbook.
Mm-hmm.
Except this time.
Because of the backstory.
Right, that makes sense.
That I have. I did not do that because Ohmn has no other place to keep his things.
Yeah.
Therefore, it would not make sense he would have backup because he has no place to keep his backup.
Yeah,
right,
that's true.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, you would have one now since we have the guild hall.
All of his earthly possessions are on him.
Mm-hmm.
You can start keeping things at the guild hall now.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah.
If he makes it back to the guild hall.
It's still a long way up the top of the volcano.
Yeah.
Universe.
And so far, he's only beaten the timetable with 1 character.
I don't want Christian's characters to keep dying. I feel bad every time.
It is inevitable.
But then we get to meet new characters. And isn't that everyone's favorite part?
Very true. Eventually, you're just gonna get Bob the farmer.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
I believe you mentioned your stack of characters before.
Several times. But no, it's like I want someone named Hunter who is a farmer.
So.
Because that amuses me.
I think Jack's ready to render his verdict.
I think
yes,
so.
Unfortunately. Because I did roll for each one of those pages.
Word.
Let me try something. else, just
Come
to
on,
see.
no check magic.
Okay.
No detect magic. I mean, several things are going to ping on us, but yours is the only one that's going to be a real problem.
Okay, that's a lot. I'm okay with that. Okay. Yeah, it's still not good, but I think I like that method better, and we can discuss what this method was. 7 out of your spells are gone.
All right.
Um,
How do we determine which 7?
let's see. Well, I suppose they would be ordered by spell level and presumably when you put them in, but I don't know if you are as I don't know if you actually write up your spell book like I do. As far as keeping track of in which order in your spell book your spells would be.
Well, I have headcanon of how Ohmn would do it.
Okay. Well, you did ask for this to be brought upon yourself, so I will let you help me figure out how this works. But let me check one more on this. Yeah, so you lose your 3rd spell. Let me just write these down. Okay, so you are losing.
It's not going to be detect magic.
Might be.
Oh no, I'm just teasing. You're muted, Steven.
I was gonna say you don't know that. I've got it sounds like a 40% chance. Those aren't bad odds in Vegas.
I was joking. But don't you know in Vegas the house always wins?
Just fine if you're Mr. House.
Okay. So
Sure, I didn't totally kill him.
you lose your 3rd, 5th, 6th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 12th spell. At the very least, that should mean most of your higher level spells survived. In this configuration, I don't think you have anything above 2nd level. No, you have 3rd level spells.
Does have
Yeah.
3rd level spells. So 3rd, you said 5th?
3, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, and 12. And this hurts my soul.
You said 8, 9, 10, 12?
Yes.
Gross.
Yeah, I know. Oh, I feel so bad. But as long as you don't use them, any spells you have prepared, you can rewrite as if just copying them. But that means you can't really cast any more spells until you get to a place where you can write up a new spellbook.
And all of Andrew's high quality paper got destroyed.
So, guess how many spells I'm never going to get back?
I mean, again, the census would have on record.
Yeah, they're not just going to give that to me for free.
No,
Oh,
never
that
expected
hurts.
it free.
Oh, that hurts. Okay.
That's sad.
I was. Oh, man.
Really, if you knew a spell, they wouldn't let you copy it down.
It's
Said it's not free.
It's a teaching experience for young wizards. Learn to protect your
That's
spellbook and write a new spellbook.
That's bullshit.
The census is a bunch of dicks.
I think we knew that already. This doesn't help their image.
I mean, we'll burn that bridge when we get to it.
Lots of bridges to burn.
Ha 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 ha.
Oh yeah.
So, yeah, let's when I rolled the con save for the book, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be reasonable with this DC. It's
That
probably not
one.
gonna be too bad. Let's just not roll a 1. Yeah, that's a 1. All right, great, cool. Anyway, moving on from that, all of the wizards I have ever made are cringing in the back of my head.
How's Malcolm you're feeling?
Yeah,
Yes, going to wizard hell.
He's sensed a disturbance in the force. All right. So, yeah, you
Yeah, good luck.
Has to stop dwelling on his pain.
yeah. So you have lost a good number of spells.
Indeed.
And remember, Jack did that to you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Christian brought it on himself.
I like the way Jack, because it seems like it physically pains him, so
This
it's
hurts
fun.
me more than killing a character.
I believe that.
I do. Do completely believe that.
So the big question is detect magic one of the spells that you lost?
I don't know that Ohmn would be in a mindset to even cast that spell anymore. He's
Mhm.
just flipping through, figuring out what's gone and what's still there.
Mm-hmm.
He basically
Makes
has just clammed up and stopped talking since his eyes opened wide and he pulled his spellbook out. He's just standing there.
Okay.
All right.
So he's obviously occupied.
We still have a wall to get through.
Well, that's what I was gonna. What is our friendly god doing right now?
You can see Ogred look over at Ohmn, squint his eyes, and then they go wide. And he goes down to his own spell book, attached to the back of him, and pulls it out and starts flipping through. And if to add insult,
Not a warlock.
if to end insult from injury, insult to injury, his book is looking a lot better. Though he did have the absorb elements, which protected him. But you can see
And
there is a number of charring, and
taken out.
he sighs and puts it back.
Is your diary okay?
Pretty sure that's a spell book.
Oh, cool.
If you're talking to
Is your
Ogred,
spell book okay?
mine looks more or less intact.
Cool.
I think your
That's
friend
good.
here is gonna have some work to do later.
Yes.
That's unfortunate.
Well. I think that's not something we can deal with down here.
Okay.
So let's deal with the problem at hand.
Oh. Since while Ohmn is preoccupied and while Ogred is pulling out his and flipping through it, actually, I'm going to kind of wander off to the side a little bit, because I would imagine with the sound of this roaring fire door, it would probably obscure my voice.
Sure.
And I'm going to cast Eldritch Sight or Detect Magic.
Magic eyes.
Okay.
And I'm going to be instantly blinded again.
I was gonna say, doesn't it still require hand motions?
True, but that's why I'm wandering off. Figure if I get y'all, while people are focused on their books, between facing away from people and the sound of the fire thing, I'm hoping I can do this without being noticed.
Okay.
How sneaky are you?
I know Ohmn's not going to notice me.
Okay. So you walk off a little bit and cast detect magic through your invocation. Your eyes glaze over with that inky starlight, and you turn around and look amongst the place, and very clearly the fire is magical.
Anything else
Let me,
in that area?
Yeah, what? Like what?
I
Don't you get to know like what kind of magic it is, or school?
True. No, I'm guessing it's one of two things.
Yeah. Okay.
I would put money on either evocation or abjuration.
Yeah. I don't know. Can you counterspell it?
Well, or if it rings illusion, that would be amazing.
Oh, it'd be fantastic.
So actually, yes, that is a good point. What does it read as?
I was gonna say it's one of the best things about detect magic is it basically lets you see through
Yeah.
illusions.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least know that, hey, this is an illusion, which
It's
I
like
think
that ain't
knowing
real.
things are... A lot of illusion spells, once you realize they are, they kind of tend to lose effectiveness.
Well, yeah, because you know they're not real. What is it?
okay. So that we are not sitting here in silence, I'm
Okay.
having a whisper
Yeah.
conversation with Ander here.
Oh, okay.
That's fair.
Yeah,
I
so
was
for the
wondering what's
record,
going on.
3 spells gone forever.
What are those 3?
Not bad.
Wouldn't we like to know?
Oh, yeah, fair.
Would.
Yeah, I would, but he's not obligated to tell us.
True.
Frankly, you wouldn't have seen me cast any of them
That's
at
fair.
any point in time.
There are not ones that are prepared today.
Well, that's how I lose them forever.
Yeah, yeah.
They
That
were
makes
not
sense.
prepared, therefore they are gone.
Okay.
You could have lost more.
So, Anders gonna... Just looking at it for a second, thinking. Then he's gonna walk up to the wall of fire and kind of go,
Do you still have your detect magic on?
Huh?
Do you still have your detect
no, I
magic
would have turned it off once I realized what it was.
on? Okay.
Because
Can
I'm
I see what he's
trying not
doing?
to sell myself out.
Yeah, you notice Ander walk off for a little bit, which he does tend to do, so you go back to focusing on the rest of the group, but not long afterwards, he just starts walking straight towards the wall.
Well, now I'm paying attention.
Like, what you doing, Ander?
No, let's watch for a moment.
How many healing spells I can cast?
But, give him a chance.
Ogred does give the sort of squinted side eye as he watches you, but nobody seemingly is in a mind to prevent you from throwing yourself on the pyre. So what do you do?
I'm gonna walk up to it and just kind of like gingerly, just gonna reach out and touch it.
Okay. Yeah, Ander, you step forward. You push your hand into the blaze, and Everyone watches in horror as his arm catches fire and starts to immediately blister and blacken.
Yeah. Pull up my magic rain stick.
Do I see that?
Does Andrew look like he's in pain?
You do.
And then pull my arm back out and look at it.
Yeah.
And it still looks blistered and blackened.
Anders just standing there looking at his arm on fire slowly melting.
Alright. I'm gonna walk over
Are
to him.
the rest of you
It
seeing
doesn't look
this?
like he's in like any
Yeah,
kind of.
no, it's like I'm gonna walk over to him. It's like, alright. Why are you not screaming?
Because it doesn't hurt, and that's an
Alright.
illusion.
Okay, that's what we need to know.
But
I poke
It's
Anders'
a very
arm.
effective illusion,
yeah,
but
would agree.
if so, could someone perhaps dispel the magic on it?
I mean, or we could just walk through it.
I meant more on you.
Your arm's kind of gross.
But
So if
if
I
it's just
poke
an
Anders'
illusion, then let's
arm,
go
does
through.
it feel?
If you poke his arm, it feels like a normal arm.
Hmm.
Kind of bony.
Ew.
Ah, fuck it, let's go through. Step through.
Get a workout, Andrew.
Do you even lift, bro?
No.
No, he's a warlock.
Oh.
Why would he?
What's the point of cheating?
What's the point of cheating if you still have to do work?
Yeah, you see Ogred get a recognition to his eyes, and he follows through.
Yeah, just go on through.
Yeah, the rest of you are going through. Ohmn, what about you and your current state of things?
Probably shake his head and close the book and watch everyone else apparently walking through a wall of fire.
Yeah, as you do,
You're not hearing screaming.
Ohmn, the fire is fake.
It's like if you're not hearing screaming, that's probably a good sign.
yeah, everyone sees as the person in front of them walks through, they very clearly look like they are catching a blaze, but nobody's reacting to it. Ohmn does, however, shake out of it and walk through.
Yeah, seeing everyone else do it, he sort of shrugs and realizes he's... Is this wall putting off light?
Yes, it does look like it's putting off some light.
Does it put off any heat?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It
but that's part of the
burns-
illusion.
It burns to the point of almost dealing damage.
Huh. It's very
Very effective
uncomfortable.
illusion. Yeah, but not actually being on fire is not so bad.
It's a very effective
be.
spell.
It's
Means it's
kind
higher
of weird
level.
to expect pain and not feel it.
Not that strange.
So,
Just like expecting to get hit by something and then they miss.
So as we cross through, what do we see on the other side?
as you cross
Yeah.
through, you bypass the illusion, and as you look down upon yourself, you are not horrendous and on fire. You look just fine. You can even look behind you, and the wall of fire blinks out. Inside of the room, it is quite dark. Even more so now that the fake fire has gone out, which was actually providing real illumination.
I do have light on me.
Yes, you have light on you.
Yeah.
And Ogred's Bardiche is still on fire.
Okay.
Which I realized only after last session that I wasn't including. I don't think I was including the fire damage his weapon would have caused. Not that
It's okay. I forgot a couple
done
bonuses too.
on that fight, so it really doesn't matter.
I'm gonna say
And we
against
won.
the things that were
Yeah.
fire elemental.
Yeah. it
It's like
would-
I forgot to add a couple things too. So
But yes, there is light in the immediate area. You do look about, and you are in one of these sort of parabolic main rooms. This one looks more like a grand entrance hall. It does look rather cleared out and quite old, and you can see it does look like there are sections of this this building more so evident from the inside that looks like they have seen repairs. Like there were sections of the wall that were blown out, but have, at some point, though very long ago, have been rebuilt, and the outside has been plastered over, very intricately carved and placed as to make it less evident of a repair job. But from the inside, it's a bit more evident. It's largely been cleaned out, though. There is a lot of dirt and stone dust debris. Not as much as you would expect, but some still there. It looks like the floor was at one point, and still is, a vast mosaic, tile work. Not of a particular picture, but of various geometric patterns and shapes and colors and whatnot. Though most of the tiles are broken, some are missing, some are charred, a lot of the color has been lost from them. Likewise, the walls, again, look like they were painted at some point, but at this point are only the burnt-in remnants of those pigments. Very, very faint, hard to even tell. And in front of you, though you can't tell the exact distance, because once you get outside of 40, 50 feet or so, the darkness takes over your vision again. But somewhere deep in this larger room, you notice a faint red glow coming from the ground. Around you, however, you can see there are columns that go floor to ceiling. These ones look like they have... It almost looks like this entire building was carved straight from a large section of stone as a singular piece. The columns themselves actually taper towards the ground and towards the ceiling, but are intricately carved in various, not exactly capstones because they're not right at the cap, but different designs that distinguish the segments of the columns. Again, at one point, opulently painted, but at this point, worn away. And more of those various tiered geometric patterns that go up and about these columns. And between these columns, you can see stone pedestals that have been placed there. It doesn't look like they are part of the original structure that have been placed there. And there are solid, shiny, almost with an oily sheen, black stone carvings of some that look like they are carved of dwarven figures, others that look more humanoid, not exactly human, but more humanoid. They have these sort of strange three-pointed ears, sort of jaw spikes that come down, and a couple You do see a few that look like they are renderings of what a fire elemental looks like when it takes on that humanoid form. It carved and chipped away, so it's very jagged and swooping, but still made out of this obsidian stone. And they dot every probably 30-40 feet or so.
Ogred, what are, and point to one of the humanoid ones that are, that obviously we don't recognize what the race is.
The
What are
pointy
those
ones?
supposed to be?
Well, this is the court of Ruhksana. Or I should say, at the very least, her honored knights. Those in particular are, other representatives of the Everflame. I have not met one personally.
Oh, suppose that means we're in the right place then. And I'm guessing that red glow in the distance might be the portal we're looking for.
I suspect, yes. Well, then let's push on.
All right. Welcome to the court of Ruhksana.
Who is Ruhksana anyway? I've been wondering that.
You will see.
Fair enough.
And he leads you further on into this grand hall, which this is a massive building. It goes on for 300-400 feet or so. Remembering that it was built for the stride of giants. And you get to the point where the room does look like it opens up into a more or less square main hall, sides of which have sort of been rounded off, tapered off. And it is surrounded by a very intricately carved stone lattice work colonnade, similar to the one outside, with several very intricately designed arches that are topped with various flame-like or sun-like points, and separated by stone-carved latticework, again in various raised or indented portions. That goes floor to ceiling. On the inside of this cavern, you can see the structure itself is supported by 8 of these columns that actually start out as a tapered base that are carved into 4 distinct columns that go up a ways, are topped there with a sort of bulbous but come to a point cap there, go up into a single large, probably 15-foot thick column, and then it is mirrored like that on the top. That sort of bulbous section looks like it is, however, polished gold. And even at this point, I do mean polished, like regularly, frequently. The columns themselves and the inside of this sort of lattice work barrier boundary to this room is likewise painted in vibrant reds and orange and yellows, with an occasional accent of blue here and there to add some depth to it. There is also various bandings of polished brass that go about these columns and different sections of this latticework barrier. The floor is polished tile, very similar, actually a continuation of the tile on the floor itself from the hall. This, however, looks like it is as it goes towards the center of the room, you start to pick up what looks like some sort of, not so much a landscape, but a tiling that looks like picture, if you will, a picture from an aerial view looking down at the ground of a reddish, sort of sandy, craggy space. But before it gets to any sort of actual structure or landscape or scene, you can see there is a break in the floor, a break in these tiles that looks like the center, probably a good 80 feet in diameter, looks like it just erupted from the floor. Looks like it has been pushed out. There's no debris strewn about the place, but you can see sections of stone that are raised and the tiles that have cracked and have been chipped away and raised from that point. So some of that area is not covered with tile. And of course, that is where the pool of lava is situated. Other than that, you can look around. It does, as you pass through this latticework wall, on the inside, you can see inlaid inside some of those geometric alcoves, torchlight, or more likely arcane flame, flickers to light and provides illumination throughout the boundary of this room, though the room is so large that the light coming from the wall stops before it meets the light coming from the lava, which of course is much dimmer than fire would be. So it starts out bright, goes to darkness, and then is a dim, sort of reddish light in the center. You can see, looking down in each of the three directions, other directions that split off into those parabolic rooms, what looks like at the very distance of your dark vision, or the light that is provided, what looks like piles of various objects that catch the light and glitter and gleam. You don't see any sort of functional objects here that would denote any particular purpose to this room itself or any of the periphery rooms from where you are standing in the distance you can see. There are, however, more of these pedestals in this open chamber that line the wall that have more of these obsidian busts on them. Others that have various ornamental armors of polished gold and polished brass. Some of the obsidian statues are wearing various pieces of jewelry in necklaces or sort of circlets, headbands. Some with arms have bangles. You can see some weapons that are placed about. It looks like this is some sort of maybe not trophy room, but a display of wealth and status for the court of Ruhksana. You stop and look around and take in the vastness and the opulence of this chamber as Ogred continues to walk forward towards this pool of lava. If there is anything you would like to do, or simply follow Ogred.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow him.
I'm fine with following him.
I don't want to touch something I'm not supposed to in here.
Yeah. This has a bit of a Cave of Wonders vibe.
A little bit.
I was just about to say that.
Okay.
Only the lamp type situation.
Yeah. There's a bit of that vibe going on there. It's like,
Yeah, like part of me wants to check out what's in those like side hallways, the piles of glitter, but I'm like,
that sounds like schmuck bait.
yeah, kinda.
So, A few strides behind, you follow Ogred deeper into this chamber, and he does approach unnervingly close to the lava pool. And
I mean, I just walked through a wall of fire, so hey, teach
yes,
their own.
yes. To point out, however, just to be fair, I don't use the DMG's ruling of you take 20 d6 or whatever it is fire damage when you fall in lava, because lava is lava. If you fall in lava, you die. Straight out, you're dead. Or you
So
lose
don't-
whatever limb that comes in contact with lava. Lava is,
Yeah,
you don't mess with it.
So don't jump in the pool,
Don't
is what
jump
you're
in
saying.
the pool of lava, unless you are very certain it's an illusion.
So, no swimming.
Organic things explode because the water vaporizes.
What?
Um,
You went robot
oh, there's. Sorry. It's like organic things. If you throw them into a volcano, they tend to explode because the water inside them
Yes.
instantly vaporizes.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
cool.
not pleasant.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Hey,
But
Tolly,
it'd be
want to go for a swim?
terrible.
Nah,
Wow,
I'm
really?
good.
You picked
Water
Tolly
was
to
full of water.
explode the
I just really
volcano?
want to see that.
Well, you could just throw in something that contains water.
Anyway,
That's not
as
fun.
you approach, a few
Sponge.
paces in front of you, you do see Ogred step up uncomfortably close to the rim of this pool of lava, take his bardiche, plant it on the ground, and take a knee.
I'm gonna kneel down too.
I mean, I'm staying a
Like,
few
kinda-
steps back.
Well, kind of look around, look at him. Eh.
Do it.
Sure.
When in not Rome.
When in Rome analog.
Sevgi, Ohmn, are you following suit?
I'm just gonna stand there with my arms crossed.
Okay.
She's gonna follow.
Okay.
Be a follower.
So everyone takes a knee, but Ohmn, who stands in the back, arms crossed.
Sulking.
You keep on your knee for a few moments, not terribly long, but to the point where you're just about to lean over to Ogden and be like, "Are we waiting for some?" And at that point, you see rising. You can see a ripple in the lava, and you can see what looks like a bubble or the start of a wave start to form near the center of this lava pool. As you watch that wave begins to make its way towards the edge of the lava pool, growing larger as it does, and eventually you can see a figure walk out of the lava, head popping through first, then shoulder and down to her torso. You can see a feminine figure, deep dark red skin, who must stand with the majority of her legs under the lava, probably close to 20 feet tall. Despite her height, she looks rather lithe, but very muscular. Bands of black tattoos, of some in various fire-like designs, and others in more of those intricate geometric designs, are painted across her forearms, and another one across her forehead, her head. Her hair has been shaved down, with only the top portion sticking out in a ponytail that drapes down to the back, unaffected by the lava, though if her skin survived, obviously her hair would too. She has a very serene quality to her. as you watch her exit the lava, almost as quickly as you're surprised to see a humanoid being walk through straight lava, you are immediately overcome with her beauty. I want everyone to roll a charisma saving throw.
Yeah.
She is one of the most beautiful women you have ever seen, extremely exotic looking with her dark red skin, standing 20 feet high in front of you, covered in
What?
opulent jewelry of polished gold and polished brass, rubies, and more polished and intricately cut obsidian beads. Wearing a golden ornamental breastplate with various deep red fabrics that sort of sheen in the light, almost like velvet, a deep orange. Let's see.
I have resisted an actual love succubus demon thing how many times?
But not a lava lady.
And I fall for giant tatas.
Yep.
Well, that sounds right.
Oh my god.
Yep.
That sounds right. I mean, I knew I was
Boy,
going to fail
that's
because this is me.
do shit.
Obviously, Ander is a boob man because Morgadessa was
Oh, I
not
could've told you
super
that
well
one.
endowed.
I know his wife.
I mean, I was literally meant she's just 20 feet tall.
Anyway.
But you're probably also quite large, too. Let's face it. I knew I was going to fail because this is Akila.
have to be
Akila
able to-
cannot pass a charisma save to save her life.
No, she can't. So. Let's see here.
Wait, is this going to count as a charm effect?
It is a charm effect. So
Yeah.
those with elven
Oh.
blood will get advantage.
Oh, sweet.
Slightly
slightly
better.
better.
Do it again.
I mean, what'd you roll?
Now, Tolly still
Okay,
got
yeah.
a 13.
I'll keep what I had.
Okay.
Yeah, I
You
still got a
have
13.
disadvantage.
Let's see here.
I'm not picky.
Okay.
I'm the one who's had the most
not
encounters in the
a lot of high rolls
group.
here. Not a lot of high rolls here. So.
Sevgi did alright.
Sevgi rolled kinda.
Yes, Sevgi, you are the only one not affected by
Oh,
the
God.
sheer beauty of this
What?
giant exotic
Oh
woman.
my god.
That's what I expected.
So a 7 doesn't save.
Unfortunately not. Very close, but doesn't work.
A 7.
Yeah, I can add 4 to a saving throw if I fail.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so the rest of you, this is one of the most beautiful women you have ever seen. Whether you interpret that sexually or not, that is up to your own orientation. But she is clearly one of the most beautiful and exotic women you've ever seen. And
Does
very
Ohmn not have to save?
very
Not Ohmn.
finely.
Ogred?
Ogred does seem to revere her, is certainly
Okay.
enthralled by her presence. But you also get the sense that he's seen her before.
And then they're seen it.
Okay.
Yes, so as you are sort of taken aback, one, by a woman, a large woman, stepping out of a pool of lava, not only how is that possible, but also, hot damn. Literally.
Yeah.
Right, it's like literally, yeah.
Oh man. Funny.
Yep. She walks up,
That's a good one.
mostly out of the lava. You can see it still comes down to about her knees. She is wearing this very intricate sort of skirt situation that likewise is very opulently adorned with large golden beaded buckles and various chains and gems on chains that are hanging off of it. She stands there, sort of outstretches her arms to welcome you, and then goes and folds her arms and stands up straight and looks down. As she does so, Ogred stands still sort of in a slight bow towards her. Doesn't turn his back to her, but sort of stands with her on one side and you on the other, and motions forth. I introduce you to my matron, gatekeeper of the Everflame, emissary of Karg, the great Ruhksana.
Oh.
Looks back on your direction.
Hi.
Like,
You got charmed.
Oh. I wasn't sure if that was
Hi.
a pause for us to introduce ourselves or not.
mhm.
Oh, again, it's like I got a 1, so I'm just kind of like,
Yeah, you're just mouth agape, slightly drooling.
Pleasure to meet you, Lady Ruhksana. And kind of bow my head, basically trying to follow Ogren's lead as much as possible, since he seems familiar with the situation. Would you like us to kind of like look at Ogred and should we explain or do you want to?
He sort of squints over in your direction. Should you not... I won't whisper. Should you not introduce yourself?
I just did. I was... Okay. And kind of gesture my compatriots. Sevgi, Tali, Aquila, and Ohmn. And my name is Ander.
We will have to work on your cordiality.
Fair.
She sort of raises her chin to one side, judging the group, passes a large, sort of fiery eye. You can see her irises glow this sort of as golden pools. Passes an eye over each of you, hovers a little bit on Ohmn, who is just standing there, arms crossed as well. Passes over the rest of you. Greetings, travelers. You've done well to make it to my chamber. I commend you. Now, what is it that brings you this way?
Kind of nudge Aquila at the gym.
He's, Ogred's got it. Ogred's got it.
Oh, that's right, he does. We seek to return being to the Everflame. We found a fire elemental in our travels that had been enslaved, and we were hoping to return it home.
Ogred does take the cage from his side and open it up and take out the fist-sized ruby and holds it out for you, I suppose, who has stepped up in front of the group to speak for everybody.
I suppose.
The one who doesn't speak giant.
Well, Ruhksana is speaking common.
I was talking about the fire elemental.
Right. But just to have it said. Because
Yeah, fair.
I know I sometimes forget to mention what language exotic creatures are speaking in.
Fair. I suspected it was common. But
yes.
appreciate it.
And it is a noble act. Again, just watching you sort of in judgment.
Yes, I am not much of a fan of slavery in any form, whether it's a magical creature or mortal.
Then you have allied yourself well.
But we were told that there was a portal here, and it seemed the best opportunity since generally they are somewhat difficult to come by.
My gateway. Yes. I am keeper of this portal. I can see your friend back to where it belongs.
Don't know if he would quite regard us as a friend, but
Sort of squints at that.
You didn't have to say that part.
unfortunately we were not familiar with how bindings work, and we're in a environment that was colder than it would have liked. Accident, but
You can see that sort of squint and slight nod of somebody who is nodding along to something they don't completely understand.
yeah, well, there.
She leans forward, still towering over the rest of you, and extends her large hand. Her hand itself looks large enough to grab one of you and just easily hoist you up. But she reaches out her large, deep, almost black cherry skinned hand out towards you.
Place the gem.
It is certainly strange taking a gem that to you is massive, a good softball sized gem, and placing it on a hand that is almost the size of your body. Not quite that large, but very large. She is 20 feet tall, and her hand isn't a quarter the size of her body, but still very large hand.
Softball becomes grain of rice, basically.
Yeah, or at the very least, like a grape, like a small grape or a blueberry.
Small bead.
Yeah. And you sort of place it on the palm of her hand. She brings it up and picks it up, looks at it, sort of holds it in the light and twists it around. It watches it sparkle. It sort of goes back and forth between regarding this gem and back to you.
In the past, it has responded to the giant language.
You get a half smirk from her. Nods her head and dips it down into the lava.
That would probably work too.
And you see a burst as the fire elemental erupts from the lava and begins to take shape. Looks up at this large creature and sort of recoils from it. There's not really a face. You can't judge any sort of emotion from that, but there is definitely a shrinking back to it.
Oh shit.
Like, oh shit, where have they taken me now?
And she looks down at it. You are free, my new friend. You may return home through the court of Ruhksana. And it looks up at her, sort of twists and flickers, and looks back amongst the group. Sort of glides a few feet forward towards the edge of the pool, and speaks out in Giant. You have kept your word. You have returned me. You have freed.
Jenna, look at Aquila.
Yeah.
What do you say?
Oh,
It sort of
I-
bows forward slightly, and before you have time to react, sort of flickers down into the lava. You can see a ripple, which is strange, as fire going into lava really shouldn't cause it to flicker, but you do see a slight flicker or a ripple in the water as the flame dives down, and you see a slight glow and a bit of a small sort of bubble pop or a minuscule eruption happen just after the fire elemental dives in.
Oh,
You have
That's
indeed
finally done.
performed a noble service. There are not many who would take the time to return a being such as that to its realm. Not peacefully.
yeah.
promise was made.
And a sentient being is a sentient being.
You are then people of your word. That is
Tried to
good.
be.
Well, I commend you for your choice of allies in the Cinderkarns. You have clearly earned Ogred's trust to be standing here before me and have demonstrated competency in reaching my chambers. You have walked the path of Karg himself, succeeded where he did, though through less of a challenge. I welcome you to the court of Ruhksana.
Sorry, I didn't know it was not muted.
Were you saying something?
No, I was just gasping. I thought I was muted, but I wasn't. Sorry.
Okay.
Like, we're members of the court.
You're welcomed to the court.
Nah, we're members. We're totally members.
We get jackets and everything.
Some class rings.
T-shirts. Sorry.
Well, there goes a deep and immersive roleplay.
No. Still there.
I welcome you to the court of Ruhksana. She extends her hands in welcome with a very slight nod more than a bow, then brings her hands back and folds them.
Kind of bow my head a little bit. Thank you. We are honored.
Very much so.
Well,
Tally's just like nodding her head.
That sounds right.
you have demonstrated not only great skill, but great compassion for those who are alien to you. Should I have need of you in the future, may I call upon you?
Of course.
Yes.
I would be happy for that.
I have indeed rendered you a service in ushering your soul flame back to the Everflame. I am not particularly concerned with favors of that skill, but you do seem of noble people, and there is always room in the court of Ruhksana for such.
That is high praise.
She unfolds her arms and reaches at one of the ornamental sort of medallions that hang from a chain on her breastplate and rip it off. A seal of Ruhksana, bestowing upon you my favor and acceptance into my court. She extends her large red hand towards the group. You can see it is probably, again, very much the size of, similar in size to the ruby, probably a little bit smaller. It looks similar to the medallion that Ogred showed previously. However, this one doesn't have the House Cinderkarn emblem at the center of it. The stone Karn itself with the spear coming out. This is simply a probably brass medallion inlaid with that same fire motif circle of red metal.
Akila would definitely want to take that one.
You reach forward and take the medallion?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's momentarily smitten.
Oh yes, oh yes.
It's like, later she's gonna feel embarrassed.
Yeah, I imagine this is like, since Andrew was the one talking, he goes to kind of and then Akila pretty much just like, nope.
I mean, Akila is taller than him, so she's like,
Akila picks it up and regards it like a schoolgirl admiring a bouquet of roses.
pretty much.
It's definitely peeking over Akila's shoulder, or
How are you
around
peeking
Akila's
over
shoulder.
Akila's shoulder?
Around her
Okay.
arm or whatever. Trying to get a look at it too. I just want to see it.
Fine. That's something to tease her about later.
Yeah, I'm sure your order's gonna look real kindly on you making deals with extraplanar creatures.
She looks
What do
down,
they know of it?
She looks down amongst the group and actually does meet eyes with Akila and gives you a serene, beautiful smile as she regards you. It is nice to have you amongst my court.
Thank you very much.
The seal, my boon, should provide you aid in the future. I hope you'll use it well and think of me when you do. Should I need your assistance, I will call upon you.
I look forward to that.
Do you have any other business or topics of conversation after spending such an arduous journey making your way to my home?
Did you want to ask something? You seem like you want to ask something.
Not that forward.
Is there a Mr.
I mean, I have lots of
Redskin?
questions, but none of them are important.
I know. Look, it's one thing to ask the blacksmith out for drinks. It's another thing to hit on her. It's like, Yeah, that'll end well.
I mean, I have a lot of questions, but none of them are important at all. So it's like, do I want to ask these questions? Eh.
The wall of fire guarding the door, Ogred said that is not a normal phenomenon.
It is not always there, no. A test of
Is-
your ingenuity and faith as newcomers.
Do you know we were coming?
I saw you, yes.
How?
She just smiles at you.
I had a question, now it's gone.
Those are a little smitten too.
No, our goal was to return the elemental. Now that that's done, I believe our work here is finished, unless... But kind of look at Ogred, unless you had any other things to do while you were down here.
He shakes his head. I was merely your guide, a herald. Gives you and sort of acknowledging, almost a fraternal nod. Well, I suppose short company is better than none at all. I hope you have a peaceful journey back topside. I look forward to speaking with you in the future.
I look forward to hearing from you. Just kill me now.
Or you will. She winks at you.
Perfect.
Thank you for your assistance once again.
She again nods, and sort of lowers her hands in a gesture amongst the group. Takes a few steps backwards before turning and just re-submerging down into the lava.
It's just waving. Bye.
I would not like to see her go, but I enjoy watching her leave.
It was cool.
Can we please get out of here? I think I'm going to pass out.
Yes.
If we must.
Also, I think Aquila might be about to make me vomit, so...
I want everyone to roll a con save. Another heat save. So anyone in medium
Everybody?
or heavy armor, yes. Anyone
Okay.
in medium or heavy armor, roll with disadvantage.
A disadvantage. Let's see. You said con?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, 10.
15s.
I think that's enough.
Yeah, Tali, you're fine. Ander, you're fine. Ohmn, you're fine. Ogred is fine. Aquila is fine. Sevgi is fine. Alright.
Everybody fine.
Hey.
You are unfazed by the heat.
Doesn't make a difference if we're already exhausted.
You
Doesn't
would,
affect your saves.
yeah, you would still have. Well, no, it doesn't affect your saves. That's only on skills.
Yeah,
No.
not at this level.
It shouldn't stack anyway. We already have
Just
disadvantage.
asking from a mechanical standpoint. I have no idea what rules you were using.
No, I believe the DC just increases each hour that you are still in the heat, but I don't think the exhaustion compounds the effect or the risk. see.
Like I said, I have no idea. I do not use this rule set that you are using, if it is a rule set you are using.
Yes. Yeah, you're fine. Okay.
So do we stay
Ruhksana,
charmed even after she leaves?
once she turns around and submerges down into the lava, I mean, you still remember her as one of the most beautiful and charming people you have ever met, but
Yes.
I mean, the object of your affection has left, so you're not as smitten. You don't acknowledge that you have been charmed, no.
Okay. But yeah, sometimes it's like, I have the awareness to be embarrassed of myself.
I mean, I don't know.
In the
She seemed really
understanding,
cool.
yeah.
Hmm.
Well, that's
Ogred turns
as
towards
Ohmn's.
the group. You have received quite a blessing. Welcome to the court. It is good to have new brothers and sisters.
It's so exciting. What does being a court member mean? Like, do we get like anything from that, or we're just automatically members? Do we have an initiation or something?
I think this was the initiation.
More or less.
Oh,
Yes.
cool.
But
I'm just
I
glad
think
I
we
was-
should get out of here before the heat gets to us.
Yes.
We can discuss
I
what
guess.
being in the court means once we get back out. Or on the elevator ride up. We'll have plenty of time
Yeah,
to talk.
we'll have plenty of time.
It is still.
I'm just glad we were finally able to fulfill that promise. That's
Yes.
been a long time coming.
Mm.
Yeah, it's nice to do good things for people or other sentient beings.
People close enough.
But yes, let's go before Ohmn keels over.
Yeah.
All right. You start making your way back towards the door.
Yep.
Okay. You guys just going back through the city?
Yep. Not taking that tunnel again.
Okay.
Well, now we know how to take the tunnel if we have enough air flowing through it,
Yeah.
which I can still do since I technically didn't need to use my spell to free the fire elemental.
It's true. But let's.
Yeah, Ohmn looks over at Sevgi, and then looks back at everyone else. We should avoid that place.
Mm-hmm. I'm very much in agreement on that.
That's a very good idea.
Okay.
It's like, no, you don't need to use the spell.
I guess I should save my spells for, defense purposes.
Okay.
In case something happens, because it could.
So you can backtrack to the point of that sort of collapsed sewer area, back past the well, and further on towards that tunnel. Since you don't want to go through the tunnel, you will have to spend some time looking about for other ways through to a familiar section of this city.
Mhm.
So Ogred's going to spend some time looking about. Does anyone want to help with this?
Sure.
Do it.
Will help.
Is this a survival kind of thing?
It would be more an investigation check.
Sure, I'll do it.
My
I'll help.
what is it? Would my city secrets feat thing help with that at all, or no?
You haven't spent enough time mapping out this city for you
Oh,
to have a real pinpoint on where you are.
Does ruins even count?
cool. Just thought I'd reach a little bit.
It's fair. Yeah. Totally willing to help him.
Okay.
We're all in this together.
Literally.
Okay. You can
Mm.
either roll separately or give him advantage.
Well,
Um,
I mean, if
Let's roll separately since there's more of us.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's not finding
Oh.
anything.
Hey.
Oh, wait, sorry, I forgot to
Cool.
turn off my disadvantage.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, we all
Thank
suck.
God Tali's on the ball.
Except that Tali rolled
I got
survival.
an 18.
Oh, Tali, you weren't
Wait.
supposed to roll
Oh shoot.
survival.
Wrong one. Sorry.
Hey, she's still not bad.
Still pretty good.
Okay. So you sort of split up amongst this section of the ancient block of this city and start poking your head through some of these other buildings. Yeah, so you're looking around. Ander and Aquila, you pop into some of these buildings, but they don't look like they go through to the next side of the street or connect to any of the adjoining buildings. There is some damage sort of like high up in the ceiling section that you might be able to hook a grappling hook to and kind of climb your way out if you really had to. Tali, you move around to one of these buildings, and you do see a section that looks like it's heavily cracked along one corner of one of these rooms. That looks like with a little bit more effort could break through into the building behind it and then into the street on the other side. And as you three are going back to join in a group to report what you found, you see Ogred jogging back towards the group with two
Oh, no.
cleaners chasing him. A slight burst of flame comes out the back of one.
Ogred.
He's got probably 80 feet of a gap between them, but he is being chased and heading in your direction.
So how big are the cleaners and how big is this wall that we can break down?
I mean, the cleaners are large creatures, so they're probably almost 10 feet long. For Ohmn, who sort of had a heat stroke there, the rest of the group split off to find another way around the tunnel, and Ogred did not find one, but did find two fire-belching cleaners that are plowing towards the group at this point. Yeah,
Can
the
we
cleaners
entice
are...
them to charge at the wall?
Hmm?
I was like, can we entice them to charge the wall?
I mean, they'll charge you first.
I know. We just have to get out
Well,
the
I
way.
was thinking like maybe we can just break through the wall and jump through and the cleaners are too big to follow us, depending on how big the hole in the wall is, but
Yeah.
I don't know, I feel like this is kind
What's the plan? They're
of
coming.
hard to do.
Okay, that
Okay.
sounds fine. Go.
Okay.
Come
Yeah.
on, Warhammer.
Don't want to use shatter.
What does it
Yeah, I'll
look like?
just hit it with my hammer.
What's that, Ohmn?
What?
What does it look like Ogred is doing?
Ogred is frantically running in your direction as he is being chased.
He's being chased by them. Okay.
Yes, good
Yeah.
60, 80 feet back, but he's running in your direction as being chased by these cleaners.
Can I just hit the wall with my hammer one good time?
Yeah, roll an attack roll.
Wait, well, what's the AC of the wall?
More than that.
More than that.
Okay.
You
There, that
slam
didn't-
your hammer into the wall, and there's a slight shift with the crack, but not enough to break it down.
Can I try to Kool-Aid Man through it?
That's, sure.
I'm gonna start sprinting towards Ogred, sword drawn.
Okay.
So how much space did you say is between Ogred and these things?
About 80 feet.
Okay.
Aquila,
And how
you
far
wanna...
out from us is he?
He's probably at this point with Tali leading the group back towards the break in this wall and beginning to hammer away. He's probably just rounding into the building, probably 60 feet away or so. At this point, if the rest of you are following Tali into the building, you would lose line of sight. Ohmn, however, is charging to meet Ogred halfway.
And these cleaners look like the same fire-possessed ones we've seen before, correct?
Yes, yeah.
All right. Damn it.
Ogred is sprinting forward. I hope you found a way through. Kind of.
It's a crack in the wall
I
over
know, it's
here.
like-
Is where he's running down, how wide is that?
The street is a good 40 feet wide.
Radius, or is that? Yes, it is. Cool. That is what I wanted you to say. Because I'm tired of goddamn hiding.
Cool. I'm
Uh,
still gonna try and Kool-Aid Man through the wall.
Okay, make a strength check.
Cutout check.
Okay, why am I not? Okay, make a strength check. I wish I knew why that was happening.
And if she doesn't make it through, then I will do my thing. But
Really want to use shatter.
No, no. Check.
Yeah, that would just have everything
I'm trying to
chasing
remember.
us.
Do I get advantage on
You
strength
should do
checks?
it. What to do? It's the best way to play this game.
Nope, didn't do well there.
Okay.
Did not roll well
With
today.
the same force of the hammer, you throw your shoulder against the stone wall, and you budge more than it does.
okay. Between Ogred and the cleaners in the middle of the street, I'm going to cast Hunger of Zadok,
Okay.
which is a 20-foot radius, so 40-foot diameter, so it should cover the entirety of the.
Mm-hmm. It does.
And I'm basically, right as they would get into the radius, drop it on them so that they have to go through the whole thing.
Okay. So just as Ogred dashes out of where you would like to drop this is where Ohmn pretty much meets up with him. So all of this is happening at the same time.
Oh.
They are just on the outside of where you drop Hunger of Zadok. Ohmn and Ogred, as the rest of you are inside the room, Ohmn and Ogred see on the ground a large inky pool of starlight begin to ooze out of the cobblestone of the road and spread up, enveloping all sight with, again, more of this inky, swirling, sort of distorted in places starlight. And Ogred is completely taken aback. He's, oh shit, and just starts barreling forward. Let me check something because he was moving directly towards you. Ohmn had his back towards you as he was, running to meet Ogred. But Ohmn, you do clearly see that very strange alien sight.
Well, I wasn't necessarily running to meet Ogred as much as I was running to engage enemies in combat. Do I have the foresight to slow my speed as
First of all, it wouldn't have been right behind him because it's 40 feet and you said he had 80 between him. So it probably would have been closer to the thingies. So to make sure I didn't drop it on any ally, I probably would have cast it closer to them.
You made sure not to drop it on any ally. They move at 40 feet per round, and Ogred moves at 25 feet per round, so they were gaining.
Okay.
I may not have made that clear because it was an assumption in my head. But yes, the distance
And
does close.
And if I see Ohmn looking like he's still charging at it, I am going to shout, Don't run into that.
I mean, Ohmn, that's entirely up to you. I mean, we're not really in initiative, so we're not like going round by round. But even if we were going round by round, it's not like you're full sprinting, then immediately the round ends and you come to a stop on a dime. So it's up to you if you charge straight through and have to skid to a stop. You know, I appreciate the realism and the theatrics.
Tally hit the wall again.
Yeah, I was. Can I hit the wall again, or do I have to wait a little bit more?
The cleaners will be charging through. I'd like to know what Ohmn
Okey-dokey.
is doing, but
I'm engaging enemies in combat.
okay.
I'm closing with enemies, whatever that means.
Okay, you are charging into the inky void space. Okay, let's see.
Yeah,
What was I
probably
doing?
when I saw it appear, I looked in my immediate vicinity into the blackness because I cannot see anything. But I looked for a caster because this is obviously a spell that has been cast. I don't think these constructs can cast. But again, I'm
Mhm,
basically blind anyway.
mhm, right, yeah.
Well, I said don't run in.
Let's see here. Okay.
Well, this may get rid of your problem, Andrew.
Yeah, so it does have verbal, somatic, and material components. So, Andrew, you do pull out this sort of,
Well, do you need material if you have a focus?
As long as it doesn't consume
Right.
the
yeah, so you're
material.
right. You do,
Yeah, the book would.
you have your book, so you cast it through your book. But it does take verbal and somatic components, so you,
Yes.
call upon the doc to bring the void to bear against these creatures, and you do sort of wave your hands around and draw the darkness out of the stone.
Yeah, this was not
Which
intended to be sneaky. This
Ogred
was.
very clearly acknowledges and sees. A lot of things I'm trying to keep track of here. Yeah. Ohmn, you do look about as you see this start to form, and while you don't see Ander in the motion of casting the spell, you did hear his voice behind you, and he's standing with his arm outstretched towards the darkness. As presumably you continue plowing forward and are completely blinded and enveloped in bitter cold.
Cold.
Okay.
Why would he run into it?
You might have to drop into initiative.
Because Christian
see
has
how
a
this
death
goes.
wish.
Do I have time to try to smash the wall one more time though before we do that, or?
Make one more smash.
Tally, smash!
Ooh,
So compensating at this
that's
point,
23 to hit the wall.
compensating at this point and seeing the situation quickly deteriorate, you hoist your hammer back and let out a yell as you just slam it into the wall, and it does begin to crumble. It looks like there's enough space that you could forcefully push through. The rest of you do
Cool.
hear
I made a
the
hole.
wall crumble and Tali call out towards you.
We have a way through. Get in here.
Okay. Ohmn, yes, you are surrounded by this inky blackness, warping in sort of space-time as the pinpricks of stars sort of ripple against the nothingness. You hear these sort of incessant whispers in your ear, and this sort of slapping and sucking noises, and a cacophony of whispers. You know them to be secrets, you know them to be great knowledge, but you can't make out what they're saying. It's like somebody's trying to teach you the meaning of life, but you just can't hear it. And other than that, you see nothing in front of you but the inky blackness and the void. You can't even see your hand in front of your face. You, of course, don't see the cleaners. You also are freezing cold. Far
That's so much
colder
better
than
than
even
it
your
was.
homeland. So, let's see.
Two d6 cold
Yeah.
damage at the start of a turn, and 2d6 acid damage at the end of a turn.
Yeah, Ander, roll your 2d6
Ooh.
cold damage.
I said don't run in!
Ah. Oh, well, if it's 2d6, that's not too bad.
Yeah. Ohmn, you take the 6 points of cold damage.
I take 3 points.
You take 3 points.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to call for initiative. I'm going to make one of these visible on the map that I believe you are still all in. Hold off on
Wait
your...
before we
Dang,
roll.
I
Yes,
forgot to
hold
click
off on
the
your
thing again.
initiative.
Sorry.
So I can bring up the initiative table, and
I'm gonna
I
have
can
to
bring
enter you in manually again.
back
Yep.
one of these
Sorry.
cleaners so that I can...
Really hoping they work visually.
Cleaners. Of course I did too. Okay, let's clear this turn order. Everyone go ahead and click on your pieces.
Where is it? Okay.
Jesus!
Oh.
Oh,
Ander is dumbfounded to the fact that the thing that was supposed to be helping them is now... What? Why?
I mean, it's not. It's. I don't know.
And Ogred.
So if you get in the best initiative rolls of the players.
Hot one.
Okay. Keela, Ander, Ohmn, Seki, Tali, and Ogred. That's everybody. Let's reorder this. Okay. Ogred is charging forward. He
I should go forward. Technically,
Ohmn's charging forward.
I have a higher dex mod than he does.
Okay.
That's right, because I think he has the same dex I do.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, I don't have that turned on my character sheet to do the decimal points. I can turn it
Not
on.
a problem.
I just figured it would never come up because I have a 10 dexterity.
Right.
Well, that's.
Okay. Ohmn, you find yourself in this void. You can hear noises behind you, however they are muffled. You do hear, as if calling from the end of a large hallway, Tali yelling out, "I broke down the wall, let's go!" You don't see the cleaners, but you can hear the clanging of their metal limbs as they continue to charge forward wherever they are.
Okay. Before I ran through, Ogred was still running?
Yes.
Okay, he was running. way.
I mean, he would have slowed down as you approach, and you can see him sort of grip at his bardiche and start to look like he's turning around to. I mean, if you're going in, then I guess he's going in sort of mentality. But last you saw, his momentum was still carrying him forward.
Gotcha. I suppose. So this is sort of, there's a lot of contingency here, but I'm gonna move, I suppose, towards the direction that I came from because I am completely blind here.
Mm-hmm.
I was only partially harried previously, so I'm either going to walk directly into my quarry, or I'm going to get to a place where I can see something that isn't inky blackness.
Okay, you're
So
continuing
I'm
to
going
charge
to-
forward.
No, the opposite of that. I'm either going
Just
to
turning
run-
around.
I'm either going to run into an enemy, but I'm going to get myself to a strategic place where I can actually see.
Yes, he's going.
You're going
Back.
He's
backwards.
going backwards.
Yes.
Okay.
He's going back out.
Okay. So you skid to a stop, turn around best you can because it's hard to orient yourself, and run another 10 feet backwards. You don't come out exactly, the line you were going, but only a few feet off trajectory-wise. You get to the point, and as if it was a solid barrier, there is nothing in the bright light of Ohmn's flaming, Ogred's flaming bardiche, as the very clear, visible curtain between absolute blackness and the light of the torch.
Okay.
And yeah, you make your way out of the void.
I am, going to start a draconic incantation to imbue my longsword with magical energy.
Okay.
And then I will hold an action to attack a thing that comes out of this darkness. The moment I see something coming by me, I'm going to attack it.
Okay.
And I would be using my green flame blade to do so.
Okay. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. Okay, you're holding your ground there. It is then Ogred's turn. He's going to spin on his heel, stop probably 10 feet back from where you emerged, pull his bardiche out, and set it against an incoming charge, and yell back to the group, "Hold up! I guess we're standing our ground." Looks back at Ohmn. How successful in your short rest were you? How are you looking?
Oh, he looks perfectly fine.
All
Still
right.
probably singed and soot-covered armor, and it probably kind of looks a little pissed off more than anything.
Okay. Yeah. You put some ointment on your burns. You're still very clearly burnt. You're missing some of the top layers of your skin, but you're looking a lot better. Ogred looks all right. He's definitely still got some injury to him, but he looks all right. Ogred likewise sets himself against a charge and is gonna wait and see what happens. Sevgi, where do you?
I am probably just going to hold a dodge action.
Well, right now you're around the corner inside a building, so you're out of
Okay.
sight from these things. you'd probably. I'll leave it up to you whether you would be right with Tali and Aquila at the wall, or if you would be closer to the door or somewhere in the middle. But the room itself is probably about 60 feet big.
Okay. I guess I'll be by the door. I'm not sure what else to do.
Okay. I mean, yeah, you could run to the doorway and hold a spell or whatnot. I mean, it's possible they could dash straight through everybody else and make their way to you, so you could hold a dodge action, but it's unlikely.
I guess I'll just do the dodge action for right now.
Okay. Tali, you are just recovering from your swing as you clear a generally person-sized hole out of this wall.
Well, now that that's done, I would probably head back to the door and see where everyone else is.
Okay. You spend your turn dashing back to the door.
How far
How
away
far
is
is the door from the wall?
About 60 feet.
Oh,
Giant-sized buildings.
yeah.
Lame. Fine.
I mean, 60 feet would be even a small room for a for a giant.
Well, I can actually dash 70 feet, so.
Yeah, you can get just outside the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll just like stand there because I can't do anything else.
Aquila, you're more or less in the same situation.
I know. I guess I'm gonna dash back. I can dash 80 feet.
Okay, you make it a little more ways outside of the door.
Okay, one up.
Probably not too terribly far from where Ogred is.
Well, that's good. Let me make sure of a bonus action. I don't think I have anything I can use. Go ahead. I think I'm done.
Okay. Then we get to the cleaners, who are charging forward.
How's that cold damage? Wait, they're immune to that, aren't they?
I mean, I know this this battle map isn't entirely accurately represented, but if we're gonna start fighting, is there?
I could draw up a quick battle map, sure.
I mean, just get everybody's characters and pieces in the right place.
Yeah. Let's see.
Just so I know how far away they are from me,
Yeah, that's
we
fair.
are from them, and spell distance and all that.
Everybody out. Oh, great. What did I do? Okay. Let's see. Because, pro tip for DMs, the players never choose to do what you expect them to do. Why isn't that not working?
That's what makes it fun.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I really wasn't trying to start a standoff so much as buy some time by hopefully blinding them for a bit.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah. It's just like, well, that backfired.
Ohmn's doing what Ohmn's gonna do. So let's see. We have.
We need to have words on this.
Glad I outed myself for that.
Let's move everyone down a bit.
I'm not convinced that Ohmn knows you outed anybody on anything. So.
Well, Ogred saw it.
Is he gonna say anything?
We'll see.
That down. And some map creation.
Somehow, I think the guy that is keeping a portal to the plane elemental plane of fire probably won't bat too much of an eye at you casting a spell.
Yeah, those who need
probably
to know.
The only thing they will say is that why the fuck haven't you done any of this sooner? But that's just my opinion.
I mean, he has done some of it sooner.
Right, but Ogred hasn't seen him do any of this. I think we might have lost Steven.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think he's frozen.
I see the box lighting up like he's saying something, but it's not. I don't hear
Oh,
anything.
you didn't see that.
Nope.
Oh,
But
there it goes.
it's the most opportune time. It's,
Right before his turn.
Yeah.
in the middle of a we're not doing anything portion.
Fair. Still frozen. Nope, still can't hear him.
I see dancing boxes.
I see a picture. But yeah, there's still no sound coming from him.
Perfect time for some
We're gonna
again.
split up for a
technical
bit.
difficulties. There we
Back again.
Yep, still nothing.
go. Okay, so Ohmn, you're about there. Ogred, about there. Tali, you're about where you are. Sevgi,
Tali is.
we're back there. Keela,
Keela ran out 80 feet, so she's probably
I know, I'd
she's
be
a little
right ahead
further.
too. I'd be right about where I
far
was.
ahead.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Ohmn just came out of the void, and Anders back there, and this thing is somewhere in the void.
Yep.
Do we have Ander back?
I mean, he's moving.
Yes. Cool.
Yep.
Yes, you were
Yeah.
here.
Yeah,
Okay.
we have
Alright.
Ander back.
Woohoo!
Yeah, I can do that.
He didn't
also.
say anything,
That
so I
was-
wasn't sure.
Well, I stopped bothering since apparently you couldn't hear anything I was saying.
Well, yeah, but we
Okay.
can't know you're back if you don't say anything.
Well, I wasn't sure if it had worked yet.
And
Since you had been repeatedly mentioning whether or not I was moving, I was just waiting for someone to say something.
Well, I was looking at the map.
okay.
Yep, I didn't notice until just then.
Yeah, same.
Okay, we have cleaners. They are there.
In the black.
So, at the start of their turn, they would take cold damage. So go ahead and roll your cold damage.
Slightly better.
It's better.
Okay. And actually, they ended their last turn in the sphere, so go ahead and roll acid damage for them as well.
Okie dokie.
2D.
Dead yet?
Oh, I didn't realize it was D6 acid.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really a high damage spell. It's more intended to make an area denial.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's a dark void. Very difficult to know what to do in that situation.
Do cleaners even need to
You
see?
could easily end up running in a circle.
I mean, it's always guaranteed cold damage as long as something is in it.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, and technically, the acid is dexterity save.
Oh, that's right. They have to make saves.
If memory serves, their dexterity is.
The cold is guaranteed if you start in it. The acid is on a dexterity save at the end of it.
Okay.
Right.
I doubt they're gonna get this, but I will roll it. Well, does a 16 work?
Actually, 16 just gets it.
Okay. Does that
So
half
one-
or negate?
It negates.
Okay, so that one just took 6 damage. No,
8 damage.
8 damage. I had those reversed. 8 damage. Okay.
Who's tapping?
It's Jack erasing.
That's
Oh,
Jack
okay.
erasing.
Sorry. It sounded like someone like tapping the table.
My mic doesn't pick up the first word I say, but it picks up my eraser. All right. Sure, cool. Whatever you say,
I feel
microphone.
like there's been less of that this session.
Oh, these things
Yeah.
have spell resistance. Doesn't matter. All right. Anyway, these guys go charging forward. Let's see here. yada.
Actually, I just thought of something from our previous conversation about people who have taken damage from my spells. I think I'm the only one who's taken damage from the spell before. Because I got chucked into it.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you were.
Mhm.
I like managed to get
Oh man.
pushed or pulled out or something before taking damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Arya pulled you out or something.
Yeah, someone did. Because
Okay.
I was not in there at the start of my turn to take damage.
Check something real quick here.
No checks. Only balance.
All right, Jedi. Let's see.
That was
Okay.
not at all what that was.
I was going to say government official?
It's close
I
enough.
guess so. Because I really
let's
think, well, that's a phrase. Okay.
I
It's
need
kind of like the do or do not. There is no try.
Pretty much, yeah.
Ohmn and Aquila to make either strength or dexterity saves. Your choice.
Cool. Oh!
Not funny.
Then why did you laugh?
Okay.
I don't know.
This is a little funny.
Cool.
Actually, it might not matter for Ohmn. We'll see. Let's see. Because this happens. Charging
Glad
out
that did
of
absolutely nothing.
charging out of the darkness. They do move 40 feet per round. So they did end their turn in there, and they did start their turn in there, but they did just charge right through because they're not necessarily smart enough to, think about stopping or anything. And as long as they keep charging forward, they're gonna exit at about the same trajectory they came in at.
Yeah, fair.
I mean,
It
they
was
have
Hopefully in there.
6 legs, so their trajectory is pretty stable.
It was a Hail Mary to try and buy some time anyway, so.
Yeah.
Because you wanted to use that
if they
spell.
charged through the darkness and came out the other side and nobody was there because you all ran into the building, they would have just went on past. But we're
That
engaging.
was the thought!
That was the point of the
anyway.
hole in the wall.
They come charging out of the darkness and slam their body into Aquila and towards Ohmn. Ohmn does a 19 hit.
Nope.
Nope. So you do manage to sort of sidestep out of the way.
And because I see it, I fucking attack.
Yeah, you attack. Make your attack. Well, actually, I'll give you a sidestep as it follows through a little bit.
Noise.
No.
Don't
not
think don't think a 14 hits these guys.
No, they need
Never
like a
mind.
20.
A 14 does
Not
not
noise.
hit. You do slam your sword against its barrel-like torso, and it just bounces off mostly. Yes, you avoid that. Aquila, you take 7 bludgeoning damage and are knocked prone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
That is its turn.
Yep, that's what I figured.
Ander.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see, I can move to the battle
Remember-
map at this point. Perfect.
Hi, Faye.
At least you're short rested up.
Yeah.
Yes, and I've already burned one of my 2 slots.
Well, whose fault is that? It's not just yours.
Well, considering Ander would assume he's blown his cover, at least with
Mhm.
one person anyway, Oh, well, shit. Because Tolly's kind of in my way.
Oh, my bad.
You can't. Too late to help now.
Tolly's
Help it
always
now.
in the way.
Huh?
Tolly's always in the way.
Rude.
No, I'm not.
Oh, rude.
5,
It is
10.
rude, but usually true.
I didn't deny that, but still
No,
rude.
no. I disagree with that statement fully. I fully disagree with that.
You can disagree all you want.
Um,
I do want, and I will.
Okay.
Hila gets in the way a lot.
5.
She's always right there.
Because she's a melee character.
How did I do that last time?
But she can shrug off more damage.
I guess.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Alright, so I think that was right there. I'm gonna drop the field since they've run through it anyway, and I don't want to risk.
Okay.
I was gonna say, is there that one's still partially in it?
Yeah, part of its piece is actually partially in it, and it did end its
Oh.
turn. So go ahead and roll another acid damage. Good catch
Ew.
there.
Well, first it needs to make a dex.
He needs to. Okay. Let's see if he can manage that again this time. Nope.
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 Ah, yes.
Even with advantage.
Right.
Another 9
Ooh,
damage.
nice.
Okay.
You dead yet?
No.
Matt, one of them.
I guess if it is still partially in it, I will leave that up. Actually.
Okay.
Maybe it won't move again.
Probably not right away.
And I'm guessing neither of these look
Thunderwave.
all that damaged yet, though.
No. No, they
With
look
that
fine.
yeah. So I am going to actually cast Armor of Zadok.
Okay.
And Venom up.
Yeah. Cool.
Now you've given yourself away.
Like I said, he already thought he did, so.
I know.
Okay. Back down to Ohmn.
As I've sidestepped and I just missed my held attack, probably at this point, glance over at Ander being enveloped in this familiar oozy sludge emanating cold energy. I'll just sort of side glance, cock my head a little bit, and attack this one in front of me again.
Okay.
What was that roll
Similarly,
for?
My roll there was Ogred making his reaction attack, his held attack as well, but he missed.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right, he has reach.
Mhm.
Forgot for a second.
once again using green flame because that is what I'm prone to do.
Yep.
Yay!
Yeah, that'll work.
Pretty sure 23 hits.
Yep, that'll do it. We're attacking cleaner number
something.
2.
Yep, 7 magical slashing and they're 10 feet apart, which is annoying.
Yep.
And it
Are they 10 feet?
takes.
No, they're only 5 feet apart.
There's 5 feet between them, so they're 10
Yeah.
feet
They have to
apart.
be next to each other.
Oh, okay.
A creature
Okay.
within 5 feet. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, that I get. It's like, they're
So
not 10
6
feet
points of
apart.
fire damage.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, okay, I get it now.
Yeah.
It was like,
And
I was like, I guess the within 5 feet, it's 10 feet apart. That's like, what? But no, that's only 5 feet apart.
yeah.
puts me in a disadvantaged position,
Mhm.
being pushed over to that side. I guess I end my turn there.
Okay.
Mm.
Ogred is pretty much going to do the same thing. So that's what he's got. Not with a 12, that's not going to work. Applying all the right bonuses. Yeah, it looks like it. He's just rolling
Yeah.
low.
Know that feeling.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, that's all he's got. Sepki, back to you.
So I am I guess I'll use my lightning cantrip on the cleaner that's closest to me.
Okay.
Mm,
Okay.
I'm working on it.
Oh, okay. Sorry. My bad. Hey,
All right,
crit!
there you go.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah.
That is. I like it.
Nice.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Let's see here. I'm not sure.
34 points of lightning damage.
Jesus.
Yeah. Awesome.
Well, maybe I didn't need to armor up.
I mean, there's still the other one.
The 3 from your elemental affinity wouldn't be doubled
Mm.
because it doubles the dice, not static bonuses.
Oh,
Gotcha.
So that macro might be wrong. I may have created it. I don't remember, but I'll have to remember to fix that. So it is 13 plus 3 plus 11, 20, 30, 31 points of damage.
Still.
So
Which
still
is a wallop.
pretty good.
Yeah, 31 points of damage. Oh boy.
Let us enjoy it, Jack. Ooh, thoughts.
Okay. Yeah, you throw this bolt of lightning out from your lightning bolt shaped focus and slam it into the metal hide of this almost insectoid like flaming metal creature. And the electricity sparks across its metal hide and it twitches. You can see its clamps begin clamping just in a spasm, arms and legs moving about all over the place before it finally reorients itself, pulls itself up from being half crouched on the ground, centers its claws back, and flames shoot from the grill of this creature.
Totally love being lying right in front of this.
Mm-hmm. All right. Tali, you also had a front row seat to that display.
yeah, that was bright. Cool. So,
Quite
oh,
warm
darn,
over
come on
here.
now, stupid character sheet.
Beacon of light
Okay,
that flashed.
So, I was just about to, cast a spell on it, but since it's dead,
It's not dead.
It's not
I'm
dead.
going.
It is
It's not dead yet. Okay, perfect.
No.
Okay, I thought it was. Never mind. In that case, it needs to make a what is it? Dexterity saving throw because I want to use Sacred Flame.
Okay. Advantage, dex save. Not advantage, disadvantage. So that's an 8.
Oh.
Sweet.
Wait, no.
Cool,
It does
so
get
that
advantage.
is-
I'm
Okay,
thinking
so
backwards.
12.
It is a 12, which I don't think works either.
Nope, I think my DC is 13. 13?
13 or
One of the
14, something like that.
Yeah. But it takes 2d8 radiant damage.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that.
Yeah, that's
So,
not terrible.
You did. Okay.
9.
9.
Yeah. And it's all
Nine.
And
never
it's
mind.
low.
No, that's it.
Right. Right.
And that's
I'm thinking something else.
that's is that? Yeah, that's what spell is that? Guiding bolt, I
Yeah,
think.
Yeah, and this is
Oh,
Sacred
okay.
Flame. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, I
Um,
had the same thought. But yeah, you're right.
Aquila, another burst of light against this creature's metal hide in front of you, but it's your turn.
Cool. I'm gonna stand up.
Okay, that's half your
Shocker.
movement.
Yep, and then I'm gonna start swinging.
All right.
Yeah.
That'll hit for 10 damage. It is magical. Cool.
Yep.
You see, with that blow, you nearly take it down. And with the force you slam into it, all 6 legs sort of splay out, and you think it's dead until tink tink tink, and it pulls itself back up again. And you follow through with your second slash and just cut straight through the grill of this creature, and its spasms and its legs and clawed arms just starfish out and. And it's dead. It's gone. Stops moving at your feet.
Ew.
Stay down. Okay. That was my action. I will move. I guess I'll move into position over here.
Okay.
So there. Thoughts?
I'm trying to remember if in this edition you can attack, move, and attack with the same attack action.
I don't see why you wouldn't.
Because I have too many additions in my head, but I think that's how it works in this edition.
Okay, so I
will
can
be
still attack?
your third attack, yeah.
Yay, cool. I like my third attack. Oh, that one hits too, yay!
Okay, another
Ew.
7 damage.
I can roll well when I need to attack, but anything else apparently not so great.
Okay, then it is the cleaner's turn. It is going to rotate and grab for Aquila, who was the one who last successfully attacked it. It's going to make some claw attacks. It does not have advantage anymore. That's a 17.
That'll still hit.
That'll hit. And its second claw is a 21. That'll hit, so you are grabbed.
Yeah, okay, but I am going to do Stone's Endurance.
Okay. On the first claw, I assume? Or
Yeah.
Okay. So how much of that 6 damage do you absorb?
All of it.
So you take 5 bludgeoning damage. You are grabbed by both of these claws, hoisted off your feet, and thrown into the flaming barrel that is its back.
Yep.
You again fall prone on top of this grill, and you ignite into flames. You will
I
take
thought it didn't
1d10.
take fire damage, and I thought it didn't take that until the start of my turn.
That's what I was just saying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Next turn, you will begin taking fire damage.
Sorry, I thought Christina was taking it now.
Okay. That's its turn. It is going to... How smart are these creatures?
Not very, I thought.
Not very. Let's see. Oh boy. All right.
Smart or not smart?
Yeah.
I mean,
no.
it sees a wall of black on one side still.
Yeah, I think that's what it's going to do.
It's gonna be fun.
It can't see anything on one side.
Actually trying to save.
Okay.
Yep.
It runs.
Yep.
It turns around and runs back
That's-
into the darkness.
That's so stupid!
Ending its turn there. It has captured a target and is now running away with it.
And I take my
You
opportunity
can
attack.
take your opportunity attack.
That's it's like, no, it just made a really silly decision. It's funny.
I guess this week's not my week.
Oof, no, not with a 10. That's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Kind of hot
okay.
down here. Ohmn's a little lightheaded.
Andrew, go ahead and roll your
Yeah.
acid damage. As it and Aquila ends its turn inside your void.
I would say, do I get the acid damage even though I'm inside of it?
Yep.
Only on the end of your turn.
Oh, into my turn.
I believe that's how the spell is read. Jack might interpret it differently.
Spell is written as on the start of its turn, it takes cold damage. At the end of its turn, it makes a dex save or takes acid damage.
Yeah, but you are still spending the same amount of time in that space, whether it's on your action or not.
Feels a little unfair because if I get out of there, I'll still have to take extra damage.
At the start of your turn, yeah.
But if I still end up in there, I'll have to take it too.
What do you mean if you still end up in there?
Well, can she attempt to
yeah,
make
I
a
see what you're,
save
I see
then
what you're
to
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I'll basically get hit twice at that point.
Well, you would end, and then you would start your turn in there, but unless you choose to stay in there, you wouldn't again take the end of turn damage.
Well, if I get out of there, it's going to be dark and I won't know which way to go.
There's also every chance she won't start her turn in there because I may very well just drop it.
Yeah,
on
that's
my turn.
Probably how that's going to work.
The argument I'm trying to make is that Aquila shouldn't take any acid damage because it's not.
Because I'm inside of it?
Well, no, it's not the end of her turn. It's the
Yeah,
end of
that's
elemental.
the same argument I'm trying to make.
Okay, sure.
That's how the spell is written.
Mm-hmm.
Feel like you're still spending the same amount of time in the dangerous zone, but we'll skip over this for now, as it's going to be a moot point. So no, she won't take the damage, but Ander roll.
Well, it needs to make a dex save. Because sadly, the acid damage is not guaranteed. It does not make it.
Advantage.
Either way, it still didn't make the 16.
Okay.
So,
Oh, good.
Nice. Ooh.
8 acid damage. Okay.
I'd ask how it's looking, but we can't see it.
Okay. Aquila, start of your turn, you take cold damage.
It's not my turn.
No, that's Ander. I'm going the other direction.
Yep.
Ander, it's your turn.
okay.
Very
Wait,
confused.
is it not Ogred's turn?
No, it's Anders' turn.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope.
I had the thing scrolled down. Just
Mm.
kidding.
All right. So, seeing it charge into the darkness with Aquila and not come out the other side, I'm going to dismiss that spell.
Appreciate
Also,
it.
so that I can target it. And since it has unfortunately gotten, oh yeah, it's out of my range. Since it has gotten out of my movement range, I am going to cast Eldritch Blast.
There you go.
Okay.
Proper warlock.
Which is 2 bolts, so let's cast 2 attacks. 19. Which, of course, 1 damage.
Well, 13
Wow.
doesn't hit anyway. Oh.
19 doesn't
A
hit?
19, I don't think hits. A
No.
19
I
does not
think you
hit.
said last. I was saying,
Wow.
pretty sure last time it was 20.
A globule of oily energy splats against the side of this creature, but does not stick and deal any significant damage to it.
Okay. Well, that's shit.
Ohmn, the quarry is running away with a comrade in its back.
Actually, I guess
Oh,
since
well, Ender, yes, you can still move.
yeah, let me move 30 just so that. I really wish I could get that like line thing when I was actually moving my character.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
5.
Or just something that followed the path your character took, so you could keep count easier.
Well, you can leave it up, so you can do one of these.
Yeah, but then when I go to switch to actually move, it disappears.
Mm.
For me,
Okay.
anyway.
You fire off 2 bolts and charge forward. Ohmn.
Trying to keep up with it since it's got Aquila in it.
Yeah.
I appreciate it, I do!
Interesting.
No one left behind.
Really appreciate that.
Hana means family.
How? I know I've hit this one once.
It's moving kind of twitchy at this point. Yeah.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna cast Magic Missile at 3rd level.
Okay.
So, I speak some draconic incantations as my eyes sort of turn from their usual gray hue to shade of pink as 5 missiles fly from my outstretched hand and hit this creature.
All right.
I'm just imagining Akil just hearing all of these things hit the creature she's inside of. It's like, well, that's disconcerting.
18 points of damage.
18 points of force damage.
Okay. Still continuing to clatter away.
I'm going to run to there, and I am going to. How far away is that?
There's
10
10 feet between you and it. So it's 15 feet away.
Okay. I'm then going to. Yeah, I have to do this. I'm going to action surge.
Okay.
And as I do so, calling out once again more draconic incantations, and this time my eyes sort of sparkle and they go white and yellow and blue in quick succession, and I cast Lightning Lure at this creature.
Okay, what does that do?
So Lightning Lure does this.
Okay.
Ooh.
So it needs to succeed on a straight saving throw.
It rolls a 20.
I think it succeeded.
Yes. Yes, it does. Yeah, essentially this whip of lightning energy comes out of my hand and attempts to wrap around the creature, but apparently not.
It just charges straight through your lasso of truth, and it snaps and spatters into, fizzles into the silent air around you. Okay. Ogred. Let's see, what is Ogred going to do? No. No, he's just gonna have to charge forward.
Would have been funny if we were just like, well, Aquila belongs to the cleaners now. Let's go.
Alright, he's gonna charge
Couldn't leave you
forward, but that
behind.
takes his dash action to keep up. This thing looks pretty bad. He's gonna look back around the group and just get ready to swing. Sevgi, we're back at you.
Shoot it!
Yeah, so I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna move my full 30. So
Whatever happens, remember you asked for this, Taylor.
She can still magic missile it.
She could,
I
except that most
Fireball.
of her spells are lightning.
Magic missile's not.
Use lightning.
Yeah, I know. I still am over. What? I'm at 80, over 80 HP.
well, let me see at what level I could possibly do this because I did not look. Because I think I used up all
I used up
my-
a lot of your stuff.
I did,
Right.
but
And
I
unlike
do
Taylor-
have it at. I guess I'll cast Magic Missile at 2nd level.
Okay.
Mhm.
Fire away.
Oh, should have lightninged it.
Jerk.
Andrew wants everyone to feel his pain.
He didn't get hurt from that.
Yeah, I did.
No, you didn't.
From her shooting me
I
in the
thought
back.
it just. Yeah, I thought it.
No, it
just
got through the
hurt.
armor.
Oh, okay.
Also, you yelled shoot it, so it's like, well, her natural instinct
Well-
would be to throw lightning.
Well, I yelled shoot it. Did Aquila. Wait, what?
I don't
That's
think
9?
that's correct.
Whoa,
That's not.
whoa!
Wow,
That is
that's
not
not right.
that is not right at all. What in the world? Okay,
I was gonna say just roll the d4s and
that's what I was gonna do.
yeah, then do your +1. So
So 13 points.
13 points of damage. Okay. Yes, you slam your staff on the ground once more. Your lightning-shaped focus sparks, and you shift it forward, and 4 bolts come swirling out and slam into the hide of this creature. Taylor, you hear tink 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 on the outside. There is a spasm, and you are shifted forward and down as the creature slumps down and stops moving.
Ooh,
Uh,
stay.
and I'm gonna guess the fire sort of dies down inside.
The fire on the inside does die down, but you are still ignited. So we'll fast
Okay.
forward to your turn. You will take your 1d10
Yeah.
10 damage. Unless, Tali, you want to do something to rush up and help put her out.
Let's see what I got. Where did it go?
Oh, yes, tidal wave. Do it.
Oh!
I unfortunately do not have that yet,
Okay.
but I do have. I still have create food and water,
I figured
which
that's
I
what
have
was
a
coming.
30-foot range on that. So
There's a 30-foot range. Okay.
15, 20.
She just.
25,
Well, I mean, it's
30,
your turn, so you get to
35.
move up anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna stand right here and then cast create food and water right in the thing to put Aquila out.
Yep,
Okay.
Aquila, not expecting that, is gonna come up sputtering.
Mhm.
Just soggy biscuits rain down
Yeah.
on you.
After being
I'm gonna say,
rammed
"Here comes the
through-
water, Aquila," and then,
After being
I
let her
carried
know that it's
through
coming.
the inky void that you've seen happen before, you just avoid the damage from cold and acidic like atmosphere that it began to eat away at you, but has not done much. You are lurched forward and sort of bang your head against the inside of the drum, as this creature slumps forward. You shake, open your eyes, trying to pat yourself down, getting ready to hoist yourself out of this machine as a wave of 30 gallons of water comes crashing down on you, putting out the fire, but causing you to topple forward, again slamming your head into the bottom of this machine.
Take 1d10 bludgeoning damage.
Welcome.
Not enough force to do significant damage, but yes.
I was gonna say, so that's clearly only a 1d6.
But that would take us out of initiative. You stand up, sputtering, spitting water from your mouth, trying to clear away the cockatrices that are spinning around your vision.
See, I imagine it's little flumps or something.
Little flumps. Well, you guys have.
Isn't that what they're called?
Flump.
You guys don't know what flumps are.
Oh no,
Little
actually,
blobby
I'm like,
thing?
we've never seen
Those
flumps.
are crazy alien creatures. What are you talking about?
Fair.
Okay, so you guys can gather up amongst yourself and start making your way to the wall, the hole in the wall that Tali busted through. I'm sure there are things that you would like to discuss after this combat, but I think this is a good time to take our break because we did run a little bit over with that combat there.
Yep.
So let's cool down from that combat. Take a quick break. Get your get a drink, get up, stretch, walk around, do what you have to do. Let's
It's
try to
great.
make this one a little bit quicker. Not too much pressure though. I mean, we'll say 10 minutes or so. Let's try to meet back by 5:50 or so. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Stick around. I got some cool things planned.
Oh joy.
Oh boy. Yeah.
And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Hello. All right. Yes, for those just joining us at the break or for a quick recap, the party met with Ruhksana, the patron of Ogred Cinderkarn, his clan, and what is known as the Court of Ruhksana, to which the group has been invited to join. Aquila specifically taking the seal of her favor, of joining this group.
Because she
While
can't
she
resist a
was,
good charm effect.
yeah, smitten by a beauty, an exotic, beautiful creature from another realm.
Yeah.
And on the way back, in order to avoid a suffocating tunnel, they went around that and started poking through the ruins of this ancient giant city, found a way to bust through a wall into the next section of the city, but not before Ogred came charging out of the darkness, being chased by two flaming mechanical catcher creatures, which were originally designed by the giants to not catchers,
thought
cleaners.
those were-
These are cleaners.
Yeah.
Cleaner creatures, which were initially designed by the giants to just go around and pick up trash and put them in bins and walk away. These ones, possessed by fire spirits, who like to go up, grab people, throw them into their container built into their back, and give them a nice grilling. The group made short work
Toasty.
of the problem.
Toasty fry.
Expended some resources, didn't take all that much damage. The threat has been eliminated. These two creatures, their mechanical husks, now litter the ground for other cleaners to come up and clean up on their next patrol, as the group makes their way back into the building and pushes through the hole in the wall that Tali busted out. So, getting back into the game. You guys are pushing through this hole that Tali busted through the wall. Aquila,
Sopping
Ohmn,
wet and miserable.
Aquila, Ohmn, and Ogred having to very gingerly push through, knocking some of the loose stone from the wall out of the way. Tense moments as you hear the creaking of, or the cracking of the stone as more of its spider webs, not so much spider web, but does clearly crack further into this structure, but it holds its form as you push through. And yes, Aquila is sopping wet, covered with 30 gallons of water.
That's not me now, because Tali's probably mostly dry by now, I assume, because it's so hot.
Mm-hmm.
Why
It
would
probably evaporated. She used
Oh, right,
remember
yeah,
to
that's
create water
right.
on herself when she was in the thing too.
I
Yeah,
forgot
but
about
I
that.
assume being in a lava room dried her off, right?
I
It's
mean,
not
you're
cold in
still
here, 'cause you'd
covered
be freezing.
in sweat, so you're still quite damp. It's
Okay.
just not cool water. It's warm water left over and mostly sweat.
Ew.
Yeah,
That's
everyone's
gross.
pretty soggy at this point.
Here's an interesting question for you. We
Ew.
don't have to go into it if we don't want to, but if I can freeze water with shape water, can I evaporate water?
Does the spell say you can evaporate water?
No, but if I can change water from one state to another, I figure I could go both ways.
Does make sense.
You are free to go both.
You're free to go both ways.
I was going to finish the joke, but I didn't want it to be misconstrued as a rule.
That's why I did it.
I mean, I don't think it's ever going to come up. I'm going to say for now, sure, with a shrug. But it does take more energy to... The boiling point of water is higher than the standard, like, room temperature of water than the freezing point of water is from that mark. So there's more energy involved. We're not going to get into it. I'm just going to shrug and say sure for now.
Also, freezing water would be pulling energy out of a system
I
as opposed to
wasn't
pumping
going
it into
to
a
say that,
system.
but I was thinking it. It's freezing is the loss of energy.
Might be easy because warm water absorbs, not warm, warm air absorbs water easier. But I guess it'd already be kind of humid down there, so maybe not. I don't know.
We should probably stop with the physics of it, though,
Yeah.
and move on with the story.
If there is
Blame it on magic.
a functional thing you would like to do with steam, then sure.
No, I literally was just going to evaporate the water from people's clothing.
Okay. Give them a nice
Appreciate it.
steam cleaning. I could say you can do so without dealing damage, but it is uncomfortably hot as the water literally boils off of what you are wearing. Though instead of using heat, you could use pressure differentials, but we don't need to get into that. I will figure out how that
Yeah, I feel like
works
pressure would be.
in my own hidden sci-fi realm of this world.
Yes.
On my own. Yes, so Ogred steams everyone's outfit for them. And Ohmn steams... I keep doing that. Ohmn steams everyone's outfit for them. Actually, initially makes you even warmer than you already were, but does help to cool you down once... Except not really, because the water is probably doing you more harm than good.
No, Jack, stop!
It doesn't matter.
Stop.
Guy spent 45 minutes on a combat I wasn't expecting, and you're gonna give me a hard time for spending 45 seconds on explaining physics. Alright.
It's just the fact that we keep circling back to it.
Moving on.
Moving on. I would just like to point out, Andervery did clearly use spells of very strange design and functionality there for everyone, including Ohmn and Ogred, to see.
Technically, if it hadn't been an hour, he's probably still armored.
Yeah, he is still
Well,
covered.
he's cool.
Yeah.
He's still Venom style.
Yeah. Still covered with
He's
this
the only one
inky
who's
starlight
feeling nice and comfy.
Not gonna waste that. Didn't even get touched.
Touch. No.
Punch Andrew in the face real quick.
Go ahead,
You don't
take
wanna
that
do that.
damage.
It's like,
Yeah.
nope, I'm
You
not.
will
Yeah,
hurt
I'm
worse than
good.
I will, I
Wait,
promise.
Wait a minute. But isn't it cold damage? So maybe it'll be nice.
No,
Refresh,
it's not worth the 20 HP you'll lose.
Go ahead, Tolly.
It's a guaranteed 20.
Okay.
So
No, I was kidding. I'm not going to do that.
trying to set the scene for a dramatic moment here.
Sorry.
We're not good at that.
No, you're not. Ohmn
I feel like
and
the dramatic
Ogred.
moment would. I feel like the dramatic moment would have been right after the fight.
It is right after the fight.
Yeah.
So we already moved into the.
As
we're
you
going.
are moving through, I mean, presumably you want to get out of the combat zone as quickly as possible. Ogred is giving you, Ander, a wide berth. He's keeping distance from you with a very, like, inquisitive, judgmental glare to him.
God damn it.
We should probably keep moving as much as we can.
Yes, I agree. We shouldn't stop until we're away from here. No, away from
I'm not
out
going
of
to
the
say no to
city.
that.
So I suppose that is just as normal as Wolf Lady.
We will this is something that we can discuss later. Now is not the time.
Right. Continues forward. A little more hesitantly than before.
Mm-hmm.
But continues forward. With that, I would like everyone to make another con save. Because it has been another hour in this heat, having to spend time looking for a way to proceed.
Does being covered in inky black space coldness give me any advantage?
I will say it gives you advantage. I'm gonna give
Yeah.
Sweet. Considering that I blew that spell without any actual use
Yeah.
to it.
You literally have a different atmosphere surrounding you.
Yes.
I'm tired.
Yes, Tali, you succumb to 1 level of exhaustion. Ogred needs to do this too. Ogred's fine.
Where the heck do I? Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Looks like it was on here somewhere. Boop, there you go.
Okay.
Looks like
That's everybody. Okay. Yes.
Jack,
Yes.
Christian doesn't remember because I was not present. Did Ogred speak to the fire elemental in Giant?
he did after Aquila did.
Yes, I believe. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, in his house, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he was sort of saluting to it and trying to present it with a gift or at least an examination of his weapon. To no real avail, but yes, Ogred did speak to the fire elemental in Giant.
Fire giant.
Yeah, the elemental was very confused.
Doesn't know.
As we're walking, I'll hold back a little bit, similar to the way that Ogred is giving Ander a wide berth, and in Giant to
Ogred is currently leading the group.
right.
Okay.
Going to gonna sort of whisper to him in Giant. This is a strange one for me as well. I've never seen him use these abilities. Do you remember the inky healing creature I spoke of before?
I remember you saying something. I didn't see it myself.
I don't think it's coincidental.
That was an accident.
I was gonna say, can I hear them?
Make a listen check.
Yeah, a hearing check.
And she's got a 20 passive perception.
That's
Oh,
true.
yeah.
In 20 passive perception, you pick it up. I don't need to worry about it. Yeah, you can pick up what they're saying. And of course, you speak Giant, so you're fine.
Well, even if I couldn't hear them, I can lip read because of observant.
They are in front of you.
Are you behind them though?
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter.
Oh yeah, fair. I hear fine.
Right. I remember them saying you are newer to this group than the rest of them.
This is my first journey out. There were the whole situation with the fire elemental threw me for a loop initially as well. And I took charge of keeping an eye on this one. I think
On that one in particular.
unless you have some way to deal with it here, I think the census should get involved.
I'm sure we all have our secrets. As I said, those who need to know should know. Could be the case. Not sure. But we should try to figure out what that's all about, because I have not seen anything like that before. Though I realize you probably have not seen anything like that before in emotions back towards the sort of palace that you were just in. So I understand there are realms outside of common knowledge that may or may not be fine. That's just some freaky shit, though.
Yes.
You don't understand what they're saying?
I've been killing things for over 30 years, and never fought something or seen anything like I've seen these past few days.
It's a good thing I don't understand them, or my feelings would be very hurt.
That's space.
It should be.
It was like the night sky, but wrong.
It spoke to me.
Spoke to you. Yes, you were caught inside. Spoke.
Because he ran in like...
Yeah.
Intelligible, but like it was trying to instill the secrets of the world into me.
That's, concerning.
It wasn't comforting, but I did find it intriguing.
Hmm.
So just shakes his head for a minute and no, but the census needs to know of this. My duty.
Then I suggest you do your duty. It's, I try not to involve myself in Genavian politics as much as I can. I get more than enough of that from my own people. I'm not one to judge, and I try not to. I am, though, concerned. Especially with you bringing this up. I'd certainly want to know as much as I can about the people I'm working with. At least as far as their capabilities are concerned. Anyway.
Oh, that's it. I'll say in giant. Well then, I can assure you that the census has me accounted for.
He spins around, forgetting that that you understand this language, or at least surprised that you could listen in on a hushed personal conversation. Just kind of gives you a sort of squinted side glance for eavesdropping. What did you say?
Said, in that case, I can assure you that I'm accounted for with the census.
Right. Well, again, it's more for the big guy here. Good to know.
He understood too.
Never heard of what you've done either.
You're not supposed to.
Right.
Speaking of which, would Ohmn have any knowledge of such orders or fighters of that style?
Well, roll a history check. Either history or arcana, I will say.
That's fair.
Did just remember that I have disadvantage.
Yeah.
Oh wait, all your checks, yeah. Oh, okay, that's still
18.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good, yeah.
26 would have been better. So
It would have.
Yeah, it's probably a high DC.
Yeah. You have heard sort of back in your time fighting for the calls back in your homeland. You and this was still early days for you because most of your fighting career, if I remember correctly, is mostly mercenary work after leaving your homeland. But while you were fighting in your homeland, you would have heard rumors of Imperial aid. Of course, there is regular Imperial aid. They would occasionally send shipments of food and medical supplies and weapons, occasionally provide garrisons or defense troops, stayed out of any sort of offensive action, at least overtly. But there were rumors of special agents, secret warriors who would be dispatched either individually or in small groups who would go in and could tear through a situation that a whole squadron or a whole, cohort or so of your people could not deal with. Imperial elite warriors with unusual powers, ability to affect their very blood and draw it from others, creatures that fought as savagely as the monsters of the night, soldiers who were adept at taking down enemy abominations, enemy spellcasters. But it was always spoken as rumor, as campfire story. Maybe not in the same light of mythology as other things, but more like normal soldiers being like, yeah, MI6 could just tear through something like that sort of situation.
Yeah, I'll gesture back to Aquila and not hiding the fact that I'm talking anymore. Continuing in Giant, however, I have heard rumors of something akin to her kind before, and frankly, I have met her. It seems to be thinking for the proper term, and I have met her handler, who I know is vetted. Perhaps it's not my place to judge.
You know your place better than I do. Like I said, politics. But, motions, he nods back towards Aquila. Again, not really hiding that he's talking about her and not to her. Like I said, more about results. She's proved competent. A little, intense at the kill, but that can be a good thing.
That was a bit pent up.
Right. This other one, though.
Yes.
He works a little shiftier.
It does.
Looks back and nods at you. Kind of... Ander, who... The other three of you are listening to them clearly have a conversation in a language none of you understand. Catch Ogred at the end of whatever he was saying, sort of glance in your direction and quickly return back to the conversation.
Ohmn will, at this point, sort of stop walking and place a hand on Ogred's pauldron and turn to face everyone else, speaking in common. I'm not one judge on people's pasts or how they got to be where they are today. I am a war deserter.
You see,
I fled. I fled
as you sorry, I hate to interrupt. As you say, you are a war deserter. Since you have your hand on Ogred's patron, he does kind of step back from your grasp and gives you a very judgmental look, but stands firm.
Didn't he just say he wasn't one to judge?
Ohmn isn't one to judge. Apparently, Ogred is though.
Yeah,
Ogred
clearly.
doesn't care about
Judgy McJudgerson.
he's not going to judge in regards to, Janavian politics. Being a deserter is a different thing. Anyway, sorry, Ohmn, continue.
It is seen differently in my homeland. Rather than judge a person based on how they came to be, I think it is best to judge a person on their actions.
Too.
Ender, I wish you would have been forthright with me.
Yeah, I don't know if you actually know what I am, or you'd probably be trying to put that sword through me.
I have killed too many of my own brothers to quarrel with people about how they live their lives.
Now, just to set this scene, Ander, are you having this conversation with your spawn suit on?
Please say yes.
I mean, I did keep it on to protect from the heat, so yeah, I suppose I do still have
Okay.
the armor on.
Yeah, so instead of
Can-
the normal
Can we say
visage-
that?
Hmm?
Can we say that when I answer, it just like goes away from my face at least,
Sure.
so that it's not just a talking. I feel like that almost makes it funnier, but like just, I don't think you realize.
Definitely funnier.
But yeah, I would probably, if I was using it to protect from the heat, then yeah, it's probably still up unless it's been more than an hour.
Mm-hmm. Pardon the intrusion. I might regret asking this. Do those who need to know?
Some of them. I did before we left on this expedition. I did inform the guild leader.
I am one of those who need to know.
The census does not, because I'd like to keep my head on my shoulders. And they tend to see things very black and white. Considering that our representative at the guild either wanted to study or, well, I think study was the nicer option. The elemental we just released, I don't think they'd have a better view of my skills.
I would not be surprised if she wanted to take it apart.
In my experience, if you can push through all their bureaucratic crap, Genovians care about results and a day. Might be a very long day, though. Sort of glances over at Ohmn just to see how he's taken this conversation.
He's just sort of taking in the reactions of everyone.
Well, to be
Tolly's
honest,
just,
I'm
you know,
Tolly's
I
just
would say,
there.
yeah, Tolly's just there. Tolly already has like heard this, so she's like, yeah.
Imagine Tolly's in the background just with the rain stick.
Oh,
What's
come on,
going
she's
on
not
in
a.
here?
Oh, she is kind of a child by elf terms. I was about to say
Yeah.
she's not a child that's like, oh
She's
wait,
still
we should have
focused
it.
on the conversation, though.
That's true. She would pay attention to this sort of stuff.
Andrew's actually gonna just
Hmm.
let out a deep sigh, and honestly, I'm tired of dancing around this topic. I'm a warlock, as the census would call me. The void you saw was essentially a window to where my patron exists. It's one of the far ones, as they have so been called. Important thing is, everything I've done since getting my powers has been to help others. I don't buy into the wonderful little yarn that the census likes to spin that all warlocks are evil, devil worshipping menaces to society, as it were. My goal here is to help others do something decent while finding any interesting bits of information I can to keep my patron happy. And so far, that's been all the requests have been.
Helps. I've been traveling with him for like a year or more, and he's, hasn't done anything bad.
To be
He's
fair, the
definitely
first,
kept us alive many times.
and actually at that, kind of mentally signaled to Redna that he can come out and bring Redna out. This is what you saw.
Yeah, Redna immediately, almost as a small, oily, like, tidal wave, spirals up Anders' body and sort of pops out the shoulder in this sort of almost eldritch flower like like form.
Aw.
Instead of petals, it's they're kind of flat like petals, but they kind of twist at the end.
And they have eyes.
And they have eyes.
I assumed it was just one big eye in the center.
No, the
Could
center
be that too.
is actually brain.
Ah, even better.
This is what you saw
Makes sense.
earlier. My familiar.
Ogred very clearly, like, eyes go wide and leans back. Slowly
So,
leans
Ohmn,
forward and squints.
As an example, the first time I almost outed myself was specifically to keep Ohmn up.
And sort of spits on the ground a little bit and wipes off his mouth. And
Once again,
No, because it fed him
it did
potion.
save you.
Ohmn, in the back of your head, you hear, "Hello, Ohmn. I am Redna. I am not Abomination."
I do like that that's stuck.
Redna's helped us a good bit too.
I think to Redna, would you like to meet my friend?
I like friends. Yes.
I snap my fingers and Savin appears on my shoulder. I communicate to Savin midnight black raven to go see what that is all about.
Okay, so Savin, the raven, kicks off from Ohmn's shoulders and glides over to Ander. As she,
It.
Face
Fey
spirit.
creatures, yeah,
Hey?
okay.
Probably agent.
Yeah. As Savin flies over, Redna actually morphs from this flower form into a sort of eldritch raven form, growing wings, but instead of a beak, it has a series of tendrils that flap down.
Still the Raven.
A good, like,
Quote the
8
Raven.
spider-like eyes and a sort of tendril-like tail instead of tail feathers, and pushes off, and you can see the two of them kind of spiral in the air, like examining each other. There is assuredly
Anders
having
keeping
some
a
sort of
very
mental
wary
conversation.
eye.
Yeah.
Ohmn's actually just gonna sit down.
So how would you think Savin judges Redna? Are they going to be friends? Or is Savin more standoffish?
Knowing what I know about Regna, Savin's probably not gonna put up with Regna's shit, and yeah, gonna be standoffish.
Okay. So after a few passes as they swirl around in the air, Savin lets off a screech, almost reverberates in the minds of people around, and flies off and perches on a rubbled out section of a building. And Redna continues to follow over in that direction and sort of suctions onto the wall nearby, and Savin lets out another call and flutters back down over to Ohmn. And Redna kind of goes back into the flower form and sort of pseudopods slowly down towards where Ohmn is, but kind of a little more like creeping, like weary.
I mean, is it possible to tell that for those of us that don't have a link with Savin, that it's not a fan? I mean, it's kind of hard to read a bird. Yeah. I'd probably just mentally to Redna. I wouldn't get too close yet. I still don't know how this is going to go.
Okay. And Redna kind of melts down the side of the wall.
So, considering that we've been this far, and I haven't tried to sacrifice you or eat your brains yet, whatever you think I'm going to do we have a problem? Or can we just accept that we're all on the same side?
Or my point, I have less of a problem and more of a dilemma, so to speak.
I think I know the dilemma.
Yes, that's a different thing.
I suppose you in turn also have quite a substantial dilemma as well. As I said before, I can only judge someone based on their actions. I try to. Since I've left my homeland, I've tried to change my ways as I was brought up to, frankly, despise anyone who wasn't descended as I was. Unpure, even leaving the homeland. You get strange looks. You get disassociated. I have no quarrel with you.
Good to know.
He has been a boon to our group.
I will have to come up with something to tell Laureen. I told her I would keep an eye on you, seeing as you befriended, rescued
Yes.
a fire element.
Yes, she's unfortunately quite bright. I was wondering when she was going to put it together.
Does not sound like she has completely figured it out.
No, but
She might be getting
considering
close,
that
though.
Regina was getting suspicious, it was only a matter of time before she did. Regina does know now, by the way.
That was an awkward moment.
And what was the guild leader's reaction? And he sort of, as Aquila says that, sort of trails off a bit and looks back to Aquila. And
Didn't really have a chance to get it because that was the point where our elemental friend decided to make itself known.
Yeah, that timing was not good.
No. It seemed like I was starting to get through.
how much influence does your patron? He sort of looks over at Ogred for a second, like it tilts his head a little bit and shakes and looks back at Ander. How much influence does your patron have over you? That seems hardly coincidental timing, don't you think?
The elemental was purely my stupidity. If anything, my patron would probably argue that it has very little influence over me, considering I've not done as well as it would like, probably.
I would
Kinda-
force that most of his control is of himself.
Yes. How much influence does your patron have of your surroundings? It seems far too coincidental that a fire elemental happened to rear his head in the moments just after coming out. Perhaps I'm reading into things. I don't know how these things work.
I mean, if Zadok had something to do with that,
I don't
then
know
I
that
would have.
you finish.
I was going to say, if Zadok had something to do with that, then I would imagine he just wants me dead because, as I said, I was actually felt like I was starting to make a decent case when that happened and pretty much set my credibility back quite a ways.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine that wasn't him, and if it was, I'm probably not going to be around for much longer.
As I said, I'm probably reading too far into things.
I haven't noticed any outside influences, so. Yeah.
You heard the fire elemental when it spoke. It very much seemed of its own volition.
Even creatures of an elemental's ilk can be persuaded to lie on occasion. I'm willing to believe it was its own influence that caused it to.
To be fair, we
Oh, yeah.
did actually take it to the top of a mountain.
The sword peak. We didn't know that it would feel cold over there.
Ogred?
Ogred shrugs and nods at you. We're good. Bit of warning up front would have been appreciated, but
Well,
I can understand why you wouldn't.
and to be fair, the plan was for everyone to run past, and you were probably going to see a little bit, but hopefully enough that I could explain away while we all. The goal was for us to all go through the hole while they were in the
Right.
dark.
Sort of meant at the beginning of this whole partnership, but
Yeah.
People tend to be distrustful when you come out with that without having shown something to counteract it first.
It is a
Like I said,
difficult sort of thing for him to simply say that he's a warlock.
I understand. Well, I'm more or less fine, but I'd imagine you guys are melting away here.
Yes, we should probably get going.
I like warm and toasty, but this is more hot and muggy.
I don't.
Yes.
How long have we been going for, actually?
I mean, this conversation has been going on for about 40 minutes.
No, I meant
In general.
since we last slept.
Yeah, you've been going for a while.
We'll sleep when we get out of here. We're not staying down here.
Except I can give.
Yeah.
Tiny hut.
Yeah. So I just want to get out of here.
I really want a gif around Jack's head of like the number, like.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
You gather it's
Or the meme with the lady with like all the calculations in the background.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
It's into the evening, or at least it feels that way with how much you have exerted yourself.
Yeah. Basically, were we getting tired?
Yeah, you guys are definitely getting tired.
No, I'm tired.
Especially the ones with
I'm
levels of
exhausted.
exhaustion. Yeah.
Well, on that note, if we can get somewhere without the risk of possible collapse, since the cat is out of the bag, I might be able to give us some reprieve from the heat if we wanted to
Yes.
take a rest.
Fine, but let's get going for now. I want to get out of here.
I am at your behest, whatever the consensus is.
I
We
suppose
could
that's.
probably go for a little while longer.
I mean, right now we're still like crawling through almost collapsing buildings, correct?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So let's get out of the almost collapsing buildings and then decide if we want to.
Going.
How strong is the tiny hut? Like, if a building collapses on us while we're in there.
Let's not test that.
Let's not test it.
Because even if it can hold it up, there's no way to get out at that point. And once it
It only
It's
lasts for 8
done.
hours.
Oh, yeah, that is
Yeah.
true. Yeah.
No, we're getting out
Yeah,
of
we should
here.
probably
We
get out of
should not
here.
be-
Okay.
Like I said, when we find an open area that's not in danger of collapse.
Mm-hmm.
So is your intent to search for a safe place to rest, or is your intent to get back to the tunnel that leads to not the surface, but further up the mountain?
Yeah, my thought was the tunnel.
Well, how far is that tunnel? Like, would we be able to estimate that?
It took you about 2.5, 3 hours or so to make it to the central palace area, and you've been walking, minus this conversation, an hour plus or so, you think, maybe?
So it wouldn't take us too long to get there.
Yeah.
We are
could probably
all
make it to the tunnel.
tapped out, though. Well, no, I guess we're not all tapped out. No?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well, the casters are getting close to tapped out.
Remember, there is more than the heat to contend with down here. If you can
Yeah.
provide
Oh,
us
yeah.
safety, that's one thing, but
I can prevent those from being an issue as well.
Doesn't mean they won't be looming outside of it.
Yeah, we might want to get to the tunnel.
It's up to you.
I'll follow your
So let's
lead.
try for the tunnel.
All right. I suppose just stop me if you want to pull over.
Mm.
Ohmn, you good?
Was that question directed towards?
Ohmn.
I have some even more thinking to do now. But yes.
Goes over to where you're slumped against the wall, offers a hand to help you up.
I will accept. Let's see if he can lift my.
Of course,
my ass.
sitting down, you're probably still about as tall as he is, but
Yep.
it's the gesture more than anything.
Yeah.
Make a strength check.
That might be worth just watching.
Yeah, I'm curious, so. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he actually
I
manages.
mean, unless you're purposely
Alright.
trying to pull him down, he can easily support your weight and help you up.
Go ahead, Ogred.
Except that was a save. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't be that high, but
Oh,
yeah, so that would have been a 17.
still
But
pretty good.
that's still good enough. Unless you're really
Good
trying
enough.
to contest it.
Good enough for 300 pounds.
Oh, I'm. Damn.
Oh, wait, you're way more than that.
I'm damn near 500 pounds with all.
That's
my
right.
shit.
I forgot because you've got the
Ooh.
armor, too.
But at the same time,
Ohmn's
he's
a
not like
biggin.
trying to bench press Ohmn here. He's just
No.
taking some of the weight to help him up.
I know.
Anyway, you can continue on through the city. Not long after you continue walking after having this conversation, I'm going to have you all make another con save because you sat around and had a conversation for 45 minutes.
Ooh.
Remembering your disadvantage.
Nice.
Yeah, it's no disadvantage anyway, so it's fine.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
Yes.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah. Maybe
okay.
we should have stopped.
Alright.
Everyone except for Sophie.
Ander, level of exhaustion. Ogred is actually still fine. Tali, another level of exhaustion. Sevgi is still fine.
Two.
Aquila, another level of exhaustion. Oh, I skipped Ohmn. Another level of exhaustion.
I can cast Pass Without Trace on us though and help us get to the thing faster. Pass Without Trace. What is it? Longstrider.
You can only do that to one
I think I
person.
have a spell card for that though.
Yeah, you can do that to one person.
Was it one person?
Yeah, and it's concentration.
Oh shoot,
so
you're right.
You can't
I
even.
was thinking. Oh, just kidding. We're going slow.
So a wave of heat comes over most of you, and your limbs are getting heavy.
Well,
but
so Jack, would if I added a 4 to that, would I save?
What did you roll? An 8. Actually, I take that back. The DC was 8 at this point, which you met, so you are fine. Yeah, you're fine.
Can you add that to my save instead?
No, I can add a 4 if I fail a save.
But now that most everybody is exhausted, does Andrew want to put the thing up?
Oh, what?
You're
Now you're
exhausted. Well, you're exhausted too now.
right. I've only got one level though.
Same.
It's up to you if you still want to push. So
Okay, that only affects checks.
You
yeah,
probably
it's
have at least
ability
one more
checks
hit
and my speed is halved.
Though I was gonna say Tali's at 2, so
Yeah, that reduced
Yeah.
speed is gonna hurt.
I know.
If-
It's like once I notice her start dragging, I probably would be like, we should probably stop.
If we need to, I
can
can
push.
I can carry someone.
I can
Granted, then
I
you
can
just
cast
slow down.
Longstrider on myself. Can I cast Longstrider on myself?
You
I'll
can
do that.
How long does that
I
last?
would argue that this seems foolhardy.
I think it lasts an hour. Actually, yeah, an hour.
No, I think we should stop now and rest.
Okay.
Most people seem to be wearing out.
And you want to rest in this heat? Is that just gonna make it worse?
Oh wait, if
No,
I cast the spell at a second level or higher slot, I can get
You
one
can't.
additional
It's a
creature for
racial
each slot
ability.
level. Oh darn.
That's from being an elf, isn't it?
yeah,
No, that's
Yeah.
So
that was a
wood
feat,
elf
I
magic.
think.
it's wood elf.
A wood elf magic, that's what it
Wood
was.
magic feat.
Yeah, so it's racial.
I don't think you can cast that at higher levels.
Aw, that's lame. Okay. Well, I tried.
Mhm.
Yeah, Tali is sleepy. Well, not sleepy, but you know,
She's tired
she's
out
tired.
though.
She's all tuckered out.
But no, it's like everyone seems to be at least somewhat worn out, so we should probably take a break.
Just let me know. It wouldn't be me physically carrying it. I know I'm strong, and that makes sense that it would be me physically carrying someone. But if you give me 10 minutes, I can make it so any number of you could keep up with me.
What'd you have in mind?
I
What are you
can
talking about?
show you.
Mm-hmm.
I know, but Tali doesn't know.
Do we want to take 10 minutes, or I mean, we could just keep going.
Well, what do others think?
Tunnel would be safer. You can just make it to the tunnel and
Would be cooler as well. I can't imagine sleeping in this heat would do any
Temperature will not be an issue if Ender is thinking what I suspect he is.
more secrets and things.
It is a spell.
Yes, I gleaned as much.
Well, we don't know every spell you have either.
for me.
Long story short, we can push to the tunnel, or we stop here and heat, and hostility is not a problem.
Or light.
Yeah, I think you can do either one. I mean, I guess maybe we can probably stop.
I've said that I think stopping now would be good.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess stop is good then.
Okay.
All right.
Okay,
Then.
that
I
seems like the
suppose,
consensus.
are we in a not danger of cave-in area right now?
Whoever wants to go about looking for a safe place to hole up can roll a survival check.
So, I think we should start rolling.
Yeah, the
I
problem
can-
is
I
I know,
No.
everybody roll.
can try to help someone. I am trained in survival, but I do have disadvantage on the roll.
Most people have disadvantage at this point.
We can all just try.
Everyone, except for
I would point out before everyone starts rolling that last time we all tried is how we got cleaners.
It's a fair point.
The more people who roll, the more chance there is for a 1.
Okay. Would you
The more
like to?
chance there is for a 20.
I'll give you advantage then. Or, actually, I'll just negate the disadvantage with the help.
I will
Because you're
just
trained in
sit
survival.
Who are you
and
talking
get
to?
in the way.
Ander.
Yeah.
Well, you're trained in survival. I'm not. So,
I will also
so
help
I'll help
by
you
not
out.
getting in the way.
So I'll help you out to negate the disadvantage.
Okay.
Statistically, you had a better
that'll
shot.
work.
Anders annoyed by the
Okay.
fact that he's using his frustration to power him.
All right. Sure. So,
Finds the best spot.
yeah, you
Said we should stop. We gotta.
you take some time and find a section of this city, a neighborhood that looks like it has largely survived whatever initial assault and the ravages of time that have taken the rest of the place.
For actual
and
story and
you-
flavor purposes, let's say I have Redna helping me scout.
Renda can not fly too high up because there still are the
Oh,
fire
yeah,
spirits
yeah.
flying about, but can go just over some of the buildings and keep an eye out. You eventually lead the group a little bit ways away to a fairly sturdy looking building, and you head inside and start looking around at some of the rooms, and you actually notice a large metal door over on the floor in one corner of this room.
In the floor?
Yeah, like a
Trap door?
Trap door. Trap door.
Yeah. Is there anything that stands out about it, or is it just plain?
It is a black iron riveted, like 8-foot square, 8 foot aside square door.
Do you want me to open it since I can take some hits?
I'm gonna ask, is it locked? And like, is there any kind of outward lock on it?
There is a large keyhole for a lock.
Supposed to try and see if it opens. I doubt it will, but
Sally has thieves' tools.
Oh yeah, I do. Anybody want to borrow them?
No, you're the only one trained in them.
Oh shoot, you're right. Okay, I guess I have to do it then.
Well,
Are
we
you
don't know if it's
actually
locked
trained
yet.
in them?
Look,
she is.
Yes,
he is.
Okay,
because I'm an urchin.
cool.
That's true. That is the thing that comes with the urchin background.
Because I'm an orphan.
You're the orphan.
No.
So you want to go
Do
and try
not
to unlock
like.
this door?
Can try.
Is it locked?
I'll let Aquila try to open it first, see if it's even locked.
Okay.
Mm.
Make a
Pull on the
strength
door.
check. Make a strength check.
Still couldn't hear you.
Strength check.
Make a strength check.
Sorry.
Cool.
Fine.
Can I assist, at least?
Sure.
That'd be awesome. Can you assist? Oh, sorry. Cool.
Apparently, I will still need to do work on my audio.
Yeah. Oh, that's just a strength check. Sorry. I was.
Yeah,
Great in battle, but clearly not so great elsewhere.
you give a good tug on it, and it does seem like it's locked.
All right.
All right.
Go to work.
I'm gonna
Tyler.
cast guidance on myself, but just because I'm exhausted.
Sure.
If I wasn't, then I would have just let it be as is. Okay, cool.
Ander.
Before. Okay, never mind.
Sorry. Too
Oh
late.
God.
Dang it, 7.
I was going to say before you break the lock, maybe we should actually just sleep first and then try in the morning, but
Yes. Unfortunately, as you go and try to use your normal-sized lock picks on a giant-sized lock, it's hard to maneuver these pieces in a locking mechanism that is far too large for them, and you're exhausted. You're starting to get weary from heat and needing to sleep. Sweat is dripping down and stinging in your eyes. And you just lose concentration on what you're doing, and you sort of close your eyes and just try to push through the exhaustion, and then you hear a clink as your lockpick breaks inside the lock.
Oh.
Dang it. Oh, I tried.
and with that, Anders going to sigh and just start tracing out the damn circle.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Sorry about that.
So are you going to need to buy new lockpicks?
Yes. You will need to buy a new lockpick
Yes.
set.
Man, I don't even know where to get these. Linnea got these for me.
I mean, you can probably get them from a normal store because lockpicking is an actual profession.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, shouldn't be too hard to find then.
Besides,
Anyway.
Milzer probably has them.
Ander, go ahead and describe this circle you were drawing out.
Well, yeah, I mean, the circle itself is, well,
Boring.
just a big magical glyph. To anyone trained, it's probably not going to look remotely normal. They're not going to recognize any of, the glyphs or runes that are part of it. But more importantly, when it is finished and everything's connected, around the edges of it would start bubbling up with the same inky, oily night sky looking thing that happened before. And, you would tell everyone to step inside the circle since you have to be inside of it when it finishes. And everyone would just see come around them, the oil dome from the sides, and just meet in the middle. And suddenly, yeah, everyone is inside of an oily, star-flecked bubble.
For a second,
And they would also notice that, I would assume, pretty much immediately as soon as it closes at the top, the heat just goes away. And it's
Also, Redna probably.
Yeah, Redna would probably invariably very quickly jump into the bubble and start playing around like a dolphin in it.
Floating around in it.
But the heat would go away. It would be a nice, comfortable temperature inside, and it is suddenly easy to see, like it's lit to a comfortable level.
So for a second there, Ohmn, you are taken aback as again you see inky blackness start to lift from the ground around you. But it abates as you realize it is only at the periphery of this circle and not enveloping your entire existence like the previous darkness was. And then, yes, it regulates to a cool interior, low light illumination. Enough room for, I mean, you guys can't really spread out too much, but enough room to comfortably sit down, lay back, and get a rest.
Welcome to the bubble.
Renda does sort of spring up into the bubble, and there's a ripple against the oily skin of this dome, and you just see a number of eyes start swimming as more ripples and small waves move across the inside of the dome as Renda swims around.
And either for the two that aren't familiar with this, you can pass through freely, come and go if you need to. Just anything that was not inside of it when it was formed will not be able to enter. And we've yet to, well, I don't know if anything's truly tested it, but we've yet to find anything that could break through it. So,
As you say that, you hear off in the distance.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Sentinel.
And that's where we're going to end it.
You motherfucker.
No!
you did say it muffled sound, though.
It does muffle sound, so it doesn't sound as
Could be closer than
heavy.
it sounds.
You
Well, I
do
meant
see
Also, the Sentinel doesn't hear us, hopefully.
right, and the light doesn't seep through. And on the outside of the dome, you can
We can
camouflage
disguise
it to look like stone.
Yeah.
But on the
Camouflage it,
inside of the
camouflage it.
dome, on the inside of the dome, with every one of those heavy thuds, you see a ripple against the oiliness of the
Oh my
dome.
god, it's like the T-Rex scene in Jurassic Park.
I had to. Okay, there is something very large, stomping very heavy, uncomfortably close to you.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Well, I'm glad we decided to hunker down when we did.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's all the time we have, really.
Yeah.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, now I don't want to wait.
Yeah, I know. I was ready to throw this Sentinel at you and see what happened.
I mean, I knew we weren't getting out without at least seeing one.
I'm glad we decided to hunker down because we would have had to run
Yeah.
the thing at half speed.
Because of Tali.
Mm-hmm.
And if I dang it, Long Strider. I keep getting those two mixed up.
That only adds, what, another 10?
Right, at least.
I mean, it takes me from 35 to 45. Half of that would be 20. Yeah, I guess that's not.
You're still slower than Ogred.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to put you onto a floating disc.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I thought so. Also a cool spell.
Is floating disc concentration?
Nope.
Okay.
Oh.
Lasts for an hour. Or has more than 500 pounds put on top of it.
Okay.
Owen can never get on it.
No, I couldn't, but a treasure chest weighing 499 pounds could.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. Keel's been on
The
it
reason I
before.
get the spell is so we can take every last copper.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have to be the pack mule.
I've looked
Goodness,
at that
we've
one
been needing
so many
that.
times and just been like, I can't justify it. Not with my selection.
No, it's like I get why you can't justify it.
It's got a couple of pretty cool uses that I'm looking forward to if they ever come up.
I love that spell.
They probably won't.
Very niche, very situational, but when it's that situation, it's great to have.
Mm-hmm.
It's peak.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
big thing. Is it's like it's too neat. I need things that are more versatile.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay.
To justify a niche spell until you need it.
Fortunately, in this case, somebody else has that niche spell.
Yeah.
All
Okay.
right, so that's where we're gonna end it as the group
Mhm.
hunkers down with some large metal monstrosity hulking somewhere outside the walls that they take refuge
Hey.
in.
Maybe we can test and see how effective this bubble is.
Or we can hope it just passes by.
Someone run out and get its attention.
I mean,
I'll do
I
it.
would shove you out,
Two
but you know
levels
what
of
happens if I
exhaustion.
do.
Just say the word.
Yep.
No, no, no.
Omen would totally.
Christian would. I don't know if Ohmn would.
Spends 8 hours just pounding on the bubble.
That would be terrifying.
That would be. It's like
How
nobody's getting
relentless are
sleep
these
like
things?
that.
Oh,
I would
gosh.
probably just cast Pass Without Trace on Ogred and then just dash out of there
Jerk.
at that point.
Well,
I mean, I would assume we would all be dashing out of there.
Oh yeah, I'm sure it wouldn't catch up real fast.
Well, we can discuss our reactions and ideas in just a few minutes during our after show, which is available to our patrons at adventurer tier level. So go check that out if you want to see our ramblings, our musings, our tinfoil hat polishing.
Definitely worth it.
Are frequently talking about Mass Effect.
We keep away from that in.
I actually started
try to
playing
keep-
Andromeda
Hold
recently.
up! Oh no, not on air.
What I say? What I say?
Not on air. Yeah, so there's that. Anyway, thanks for hanging out with us again. Another great episode. Things took a little detour that I knew could happen, but ate up some time. But it was fun. It was fun. I liked a lot of the role play today. It was interesting meeting Ruhksana. Very interesting role play there. Maybe not
cool.
as much role play as she would have preferred, but interesting role play nonetheless. And then a very interesting conversation discussing some of the stranger qualities of members of this group. So, join us next week when we hopefully get out of this underground, volcanic, ancient, giant city, ruined city, and back up to the city of Karg, outside to where you can see the sky, feel the wind, and head back to Duepon, where there's still some rest to be had, and some more intense conversations and ramifications to play through.
More consequences.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, an apprentice to train.
Yes, a lot of things to do when you get back, and then we can proceed forward. So, look forward to that next week. If you missed any part of this episode or any of the previous episodes, you can catch us on YouTube. That is linked below. You can check us out there. You can check us out on Twitter. I post some updates on there every once in a while. And swing by the Discord, say hello, discuss some of the many interesting things that happen, and throw your 2 cents into some of the off-the-cuff rulings and situations I throw at people. Ask questions, say hi, discuss with other fellow fans of the show, which brings us to the best way to support. Again, tell people about us. It'd be great to grow the community, see more people watching
Spread the word.
our story, and with that, more things will come, better things will come. If you really like us, there is the Patreon, also linked below. That will unlock after shows. That will get you access to different parts of Discord, various insight and lore videos will be posted on Patreon. So there will, in the immediate future, very short future, be some really interesting stuff you can check on there for those who want
Also,
to.
I was gonna say, also, if everyone can say that Ander is their favorite, my plot armor will get stronger.
No. Holly is clearly the favorite.
Oh, I was about to say we don't do favorites, but I'll take that.
Well,
it's like Tully's so adorable. How could we not love her?
Well,
Because I have red now.
You're not
Redna is
Redna,
adorable.
you just have
Not gonna
Redna.
lie.
I have red.
I don't care.
Jack is Redna.
I know, Jack is Redna.
Yes, but Redna is a package deal with Ander. If Ander goes, there's a very good chance that Redna goes.
You don't know that.
I
I was
don't
gonna
know
say,
that. I didn't
that.
say it was a definitive. I
I was
just
like,
said there's a decent chance.
I was like, but
Considering they
Redna is
are
a different species.
What if Redna, if anything happens to Ander, what if Lalir adopts Redna? Because he
Yeah.
also is a adopt.
Well, we can get
all
to
very possible,
wild
but we have also
speculation in a few minutes. We can get to wild speculation in a few minutes.
No, we want it now.
As for now, if you want to
Yeah.
join in on our wild speculation or play Who is the Favorite Child, join us on Discord.
Definitely not Ander.
Anyway, that's all we got for you today. I hope you enjoyed the city. The city. I hope you enjoyed the story within this city. Check us next week. Stay tuned for more exciting adventures. Get to the resolution of this particular adventure arc and see what we have in store next for our intrepid band of adventurers, or whatever you want to
For
call
a
it.
band of idiots.
Yeah. All right.
Hey, I include myself in that.
Well, thank you for watching. We'll catch everyone next week. Goodbye, everyone. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Catch you later.
Bye.